Okay. So David Eicher, did you watch any Leonids come down?
I did not. No, things have been so crazy in the weather variable as well.
Oh yeah.
I did not. No, I also have controlled demolition going on. I recently we got a new roof, and now it's the time to redo the bathroom. So it's been a little bit like being on the edge of the Battle of Gettysburg for 12 hours in the last few days.
Jeez. Have you been to Arkansas and the Civil War battlefields out
I
here?
have, yeah, with my father years ago,
Okay.
Pea Ridge and Prairie Grove and
Yeah.
others as well, and
Yeah.
written into some books and so on that I worked on with my dad. Yep.
That's
Have you
cool.
been to, I'm sure you've been to Fredericksburg, where I'm at.
Oh yes.
I
Oh,
live about 5 miles from Wilderness.
is that right? Well,
Yeah,
of course,
that's
Frederick.
where the observatory is located in Wilderness.
I did not know that. Well, I've been all over there. Fredericksburg, the Wilderness, Chancellorsville, and
Yep.
Spotsylvania, of course, as well as Guineas Station and all sorts of smaller associated sites are crucially important, of course, to
I
that.
graduated from Spotsylvania High School.
Is that right? I
Mm-hmm.
didn't
Pennsylvania.
realize that. What a small world. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you probably know, being from the area, that one of the places where astronomy and the Civil War meet, American Civil War, is the story of the incredible auroral show that followed the Battle of Fredericksburg
Oh, yeah.
in the
Mm-hmm.
winter time, and was taken as an omen, of course, by either side for various things, forward and backwards. But
Mm-hmm. No, it's kind of funny you live in a historic area and you kind of take it for granted in some respects. Although we love going downtown and we go to Fredericksburg downtown quite a bit, and but again, you still kind of take it for granted.
sure, there's history everywhere. It's a beautiful little town, and the Washington sites in the area, as well as the Civil War era stuff. George
Oh yeah,
Washington
Ferry Farms is right across the river. Yep. Mm-hmm.
and
You
George
guys have to
Brothers.
ride our bikes down the trail of the fields where they did the war and stuff. It's really pretty.
Hmm.
It's only about like 2 miles long. It's really pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Pea Ridge is that's where it is. We'll take our bikes in there. It's really nice and peaceful.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that right? Wow, what a small world. Samuel Curtis and Sterling Price and friends down in that area, causing trouble back and forth.
So I wonder who's seeing fireballs from the Leonids right now.
I was speaking to Andreas last week in Sweden. He was saying they had a big fireball out there.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it was,
That's cool.
he sent me some details on it today, as it happens. That now they've done the science work on it. It was a fair size.
Yeah. Some people logging on now.
They worked out at around 10 metric tons.
What's that?
They worked it out at around 10 metric tons.
The fireball?
Of images on it. It looked pretty impressive.
Oh goodness.
Mm.
This is a live image of Earth that you're seeing here, shot by the Explore Scientific CubeSat that's out there. Guys, wave.
Flicker my lights on and off.
That's the way life seems to be passing by that quick every day sometimes.
That's right.
Quick
Yeah,
and
I can see
slow.
those letters passing by.
Yes. James Balaga from Washington State. James, he's someone that's been in amateur astronomy for a long time, sold telescopes. Good astronomer, good observer.
He's a Facebook pal. I recognize
Is
him.
he? Yeah. Yeah. Martin Eastburn says, "Here I am and my globes are starting." Jeff Wise, I can't wait to find out what Mr. Eicher has to bring us tonight.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, now you're on the spot. You probably, I mean, David, well, probably everyone that comes on the show, but you probably have so much content, David, on galaxies and planets and just about any topic. You could probably do it on the fly, I would think.
Well, you work on this stuff, the subjects that are associated with the magazine and the book projects and so on for so many years. It's kind of like being condemned to a life sentence. You can't get it out of your mind.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
One might know that David has been with Astronomy magazine since the days of Richard Berry, decades and decades.
Yeah, that's
A
true.
huge amount of experience.
That's
Richard
true.
was the sort of, older brother, father figure who brought me to the magazine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That
How
was
is
so
Richard
long ago,
doing?
David.
Didn't his house burn down or something like that?
Recently in the terrible Oregon fires, and
Yeah.
God, he and Ellie were okay, weren't injured, but I guess
Yeah.
they lost a substantial amount of material and
Oh,
astronomical equipment and so on, from what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's very sad. Thank
Yeah.
goodness they weren't injured, though.
Right.
Yeah, well, they just they made an offer on another house. It was accepted, and the llamas are safe. So they're starting to put things back together.
Good.
Right. James Balaga says, good analogy, David. Just wing it. That's what I do at club talks or talks with school. With school. What is it? With school groups.
Well, that's one thing about people get nervous speaking, but I found that the more you know about something, the easier it is to speak in front of an audience, because it's just, it's natural to just talk about, you're not nervous about your material, you know it already, you're very
Yeah.
comfortable with it. And so you can just talk and talk and talk. That's what I've found anyway. After a while, I used to be nervous giving presentations when I was in my 20s. And
Yeah.
once you learn something and you really know it really deep, then it's easy to talk for hours on stuff.
I still get nervous about presentations.
I have to research like all on my own because my school, mostly the stuff that they teach me is just like basic facts. Like we have some planets in our solar system. Like they don't tell us nothing about space. I mean, it's terrible. So I mean, I have to do all the research on my own.
Libby, once I went to a trade show that was for it was for school superintendents, okay? And I went there with the Astronomical Society of the Pacific and Vivian White, who came on to the show when you first came on. She was with me, and so I was working the booth with her. And I stood in the aisle and asked every school superintendent, and there were a lot of them, okay? Do you have a science program in your school? Just roughly, I would say about only 60% of them said yes. And then I asked them, do you have an astronomy program in your science program? And very, very few said yes. But some of them did. Some had observatories. Some of them had some pretty amazing stuff. But it was amazing how few had actual formal astronomy courses and stuff in their school system, in public schools.
That explains a lot.
We don't have a science. Our science stuff, more, we focus, like where I live, we focus more on plants and science.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I mean, I'm more interested in the space and rocket science than the than the plant science. I have to do a lot of the researching on my own.
Mm-hmm.
I have all of my knowledge. It's only been from me researching by myself and just picking up things and like going to space museums.
Well, if you ever get stuck on anything and you need resources, you know, I think you got some friends here that will help you. Absolutely.
Was I the only one that got knocked out a couple of minutes ago, or did everyone get paused for a second?
I don't
You
think
were
so.
okay.
No.
Yeah, okay. I had to reboot
We
my
were
system,
listening
but
to
I'm
Libby.
back.
We were talking. Yeah, I saw that you blinked out there for a second.
Cosmic ray strike.
Yes. Okay.
To correct myself, Richard Berry doesn't have llamas, they're actually alpacas. So I didn't want that to go uncorrected.
Mm-hmm.
I think I last saw
John.
Richard at a Astronomical
how are
Society
you?
of the Pacific meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So we got Molly with us. That's great.
Hi, yes. Unfortunately, it's raining here, so I won't have any live views to
It's okay.
present, but
You can show or talk or whatever you'd
Yeah.
like to do.
sure.
you know. Yeah. Martin Eastburn says, I gave a talk to 600 high school students and was weak about it. Gave lectures to the worldwide Intel design team members and never shook a bit. Yeah, watching a bunch of high school kids watch you is sometimes intimidating.
I'll tell you, you know what the longest year of my life was
Hmm.
in terms of just shuddering terror? Giving an hour-long talk with Stephen Hawking front and center with his
Oh my
nurses.
God. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
There was nothing that was ever going to rattle me again after that, I think.
What an honor. That
Yeah,
was
that's
an
that
honor.
was awesome. Yeah. I gave a talk. I used to, my career was in the nuclear industry, and later on in my career, I worked with a lot of engineers. And so my biggest thing, I had to defend some of the work I was doing in front of a group of about 50 engineers. And I don't know if anybody knows what a Six Sigma black belt is, but it's a process improvement program. And I had to talk about basically improving a process that I was not the expert on. So I had to defend that in front of these 50 engineers. So that was pretty intimidating.
Once you've taken a hot lavalier mic to the bathroom and come out to a standing ovation, presentations they go uphill from there.
That's Leslie Nielsen inspired, was that?
It was an accident, I assure you.
It's hard to decide how history will view my accomplishments. People generally aren't terribly interested in what gets things started. And so I'm not sure they're going to have much of an idea of my role.
Nancy Grace Roman served as the first chief of astronomy in NASA's Office of Space Science, the first woman to hold an executive position within the agency. She was instrumental in the early planning of NASA's first great space observatory, the Hubble Space Telescope, earning her the nickname the Mother of Hubble. To honor her, NASA has given her name to one of its most powerful upcoming space observatories. WFIRST, the Wide Field Infrared Survey Telescope, is now the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope. Nancy Grace was born in 1925 and developed an interest in astronomy at an early age.
I just was fascinated. Between 5th and 6th grade, I organized my friends into an astronomy club to study the constellations. I certainly did not receive any encouragement. I was told from the beginning that women could not be scientists.
Nancy Grace persevered and graduated from the University of Chicago in 1949 with a doctorate in astronomy, despite continuing to encounter discrimination.
My thesis professor, there was a period in which he went for 6 months without speaking to me, even when I said hello to him in the hall. He didn't want to have anything to do with me.
After several years of research, NASA came calling.
I started in NASA in 1959. I was 6 months old. Being the first executive woman at NASA turned out not to be terribly eventful. I was accepted very readily as a scientist in my job.
During her 21 years at NASA, Dr. Roman was involved in the development and launch of many space-based observatories, which studied the sun, deep space, and the Earth's atmosphere. Her most enduring legacy at NASA was the planning of Hubble and its science program. She did much of the early advocacy and established the program structure, which laid the foundation for other large NASA missions that followed, and helped convince the astronomical community to support astronomy from space. After retiring from NASA, Dr. Roman stayed involved in the space community and received numerous awards for her pioneering work. Over her career, she inspired generations of young astronomers. Now, with the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, her legacy can continue to inspire generations more.
Well, hello everybody. This is Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, and welcome to the Global Star Party number 22. We have some regulars on with us, and we have some new people with us as well, including Molly Wakeling is joining us, Joe Burgeon, space artist and amateur astronomers joining us. But you'll see some familiar faces here as well with Jerry Hubble, Richard Grace, David Eicher, Deepti Gautam from Nepal, Gary Palmer in the UK, and David Levy, and of course John Goss from the Astronomical League. We always start our global star parties with David Levy. Today is the peak of the Leonid meteor shower, which is due to the particles and from comet Tempel-Tuttle. And you know, it's nice to know that we have pieces of comet raining down on the Earth tonight, and you know, people like David Levy, who has been intimately connected with comets and searching for comets, and has taken each one of our star parties and has added a poetic touch to it, sending us off to dream and think about our place in the cosmos. So I will introduce David and give him the stage. David, thanks again for being on the Global Star Party.
Well, thank you, Scotty. And it's so good to see all of my friends here again from the Zoom portion of our star party, and then all of the virtual friends that we have all over the world tonight. I think it was appropriate that Scotty began this star party with a video about one of the great woman astronomers. It's been really, really special, at least in my life, to witness the rise of well-known women astronomers. When I was growing up, I only knew two, and one I didn't know in person. One was Isabel Williamson in Montreal, who helped get me started, and incidentally was also partly responsible for me being very nearly expelled from the society a few years later. But we then became very close friends as time went on. The other one was Cecilia Payne-Gaposchkin. And I remember she was in Montreal to give a lecture to the Montreal Center of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. And Miss Williamson said, "I understand you are the greatest woman astronomer." And she looked at Isabel and said, "Well, I'm certainly not the greatest, but I certainly can say that I am the tallest of all of them." These were the days when my parents were still insisting that I go to summer camp. And I hated summer camp. I just hated going there. The camp they sent me to was in Vermont, Twin Lake Camp. And it was there that I saw my first shooting star. And it was also there that they asked me to sing a little song at one of the socials that they often had at that camp. And the first of two songs that I have to offer you tonight is an old Welsh hymn. And I think that a lot of you will know it, and you're welcome to sort of hum along with me with it. Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee all through the night. Guardian angels, God will send thee all through the night. While the moon her watch is keeping, hill and vale in slumber sleeping, I my loving vigil keeping all through the night. And as I'm thinking about this lovely hymn, that I still enjoy going back to it from time to time, thinking about what happened a couple of nights ago when I was outside observing. I beat the Leonids this year by 2 nights because I wanted to go out and see Comet Erasmus. It is in Orion now. No, it's not. Comet Erasmus is in Corvus right now, and it's certainly very easy to see. I had no trouble finding it. It was a lovely, lovely comet, and seeing it was almost like meeting a new friend. And the next day I got up to see another morning comet. It was the latest comet, Neowise. And that one, even though it was just a magnitude fainter than the first comet, was virtually impossible for me to see. It was 8, almost 9th magnitude, but so diffuse that I think I got 2 possible glimpses of it. And to honor those 2 comets, and to honor someone that I never did know, but I feel as though I did, was Leonard Cohen. And I've done this before, but I'd like to do it again tonight. And it's a sort of a little rewrite that I did of one of his most famous songs, and just contains 1 verse. It's time to go outdoors tonight. The sky is dark. Some stars are bright. The Milky Way shines overhead. Now see ya. A comet rises in the east with end to strife. It brings us peace and calls us to a cosmic hallelujah. 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 And as you go out tonight to look at the Leonids, just remember, as Scotty was telling us, they do come from Comet Tempel-Tuttle, a fairly famous 19th century comet. And now back to you, Scotty.
Thank you. Thank you, David. That's great. I love that. Our next speaker is none other than Astronomy Magazine's David Eicher. David Eicher is a great friend to so many people in the astronomical community, both professional and amateur. I was asking him, if he could just wing it for any subject about astronomy, and the fact remains that he could. He is always totally immersed in the latest news in astronomy, but he loves the history of astronomy as well. So he's a great one for capturing, if there was a canon of knowledge, okay, about almost any topic on astronomy, David Eicher is going to have something to say about it. And it's great that he comes on to our show. He comes on as a friend and shares his view of the universe with us with all the latest findings. So, David, I'm going to give the stage to you. Thank you for coming on to the 22nd Global Star Party.
Thanks so much, Scott. You're always very, very nice, and it's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, David, for inspiring us every time.
Yep.
With a magnificent performance. So I'm going to change gears a little bit now, because I'm talking about some sort of big subjects from week to week and what we think about them now, where our knowledge base is. And we've gone through such pleasantries as to, what's going to happen to the sun eventually, and the end of life on Earth, and other, happy subjects. And now I'm going out a little bit farther to Mars, to our favorite planet in the solar system for many people, the red planet. And it's had a unique grip on us as a civilization for a long, long time, for well over, going on a century and a half now, really, the red planet, since the days of H.G. Wells and the sort of genesis of science fiction, since Percival Lowell was a young kid reading about Mars and grew up, of course, to found an observatory and pose an idea that maybe there were canals on Mars, which of course we know wasn't the case. But there's a big question with regard to Mars being a major focus of planetary exploration, because in a solar system filled with planets unlike Earth, that are un-Earth-like, it's really the most Earth-like. And so there's always been a great deal of imagination and a longing to understand Mars. One critical key question here for us is, we now know that Mars has been wet in the past with lots of flowing water on its surface. And it's not, it's cold and it's dry now. So where is all the water gone? With apologies to Peter, Paul, and Mary, perhaps. That's sort of a big question when it comes to Mars. And there's a little bit of history to that now, too. Of course, when Mariner 4 flew past Mars in 1965, the first spacecraft flyby of the red planet, many people were greatly disappointed, because the whole dream of Mars hosting complex life came crashing down in about 10 minutes. But numerous missions, of course, since then have produced a vast array of evidence. And we now know, of course, since the last generation of rovers and of orbiters as well, some of them operating for a long, long time there, that there was a lot of abundant surface water and other fluids flowing on the surface of Mars, and it's been gone for a long, long time. So what happened to our planetary neighbor? That's been a big question for us. The answer really isn't exactly clear thus far, even though people have been working on this question for a generation now. But there are some tantalizing clues that we should be aware of. Mars had a much denser atmosphere early in its history, so that helped to keep it warmer and probably, certainly to keep water from evaporating as easily as it does now. We know that ample water now exists, of course, at the poles in the form of ice, and a lot of subsurface water as well, locked up in ice. And we now know that there's essentially very convincing evidence that there's a substantial network of subsurface aquifers. So, could there be life on Mars? Maybe. Yes, of course, it would be microbial now. It wouldn't be anything that's exotic and waving back at us, or, appearing on the Twilight Zone, going to a diner. But it could be there, and it's probably going to take a human mission to Mars when we finally make that happen, to investigate this, to drill down into aquifers, to sample ices on the surface and see if Mars has any microbial life or once had microbial life in the past. It also lost much of its magnetic field, this planet, early on, possibly due to impacts or a large impact. And that allowed some of its atmosphere to be stripped away by the solar wind more effectively than it may have been. Asteroid impacts also could have blown water molecules into space, reducing the amount of water that was on the Martian surface. Well, as Mars grew colder, of course, the remaining water was absorbed into the surface and froze. So you have these subsurface ice deposits. And it was kind of once it got started, it was kind of a process that couldn't really reverse. And there was an inevitability that changed Martian climate significantly over time. Some planetary scientists focus a great deal on the so-called Noachian era that's on Mars. That's roughly 4.1 to 3.7 billion years ago. That was a key period on Mars. They pose that fluctuations in Martian climate produced temporary lakes, possibly even an ocean or oceans on the surface or at least on parts of the planet. It must have been a much, much warmer world then. With a thick atmosphere, it probably had a greenhouse gas cycle as well. And could that teach us something about what is happening or likely to happen in the future on Earth is a significant question, of course, as well. There may have been episodes, it may have been episodic on Mars. There may have been episodes where the planet turned warmer and wetter, and when it turned then conversely to a colder and drier climate. Well, the ice that's now mostly underneath the Martian surface, it holds the key to understanding Martian history. Maybe it contains microbial life. We don't know. We know that life is much more tenacious as we look at it on Earth in extreme environments than we ever would have believed a generation ago. And we know that organic chemistry, the stuff of organic chemistry, at least to the tune of amino acids, which is a long jump from RNA and DNA, but the basics of organic chemistry exist throughout the solar system and beyond. So future astronauts, we hope, will get going soon here on a dangerous, risky, and challenging mission that would take months, of course, to get to Mars, and would be very difficult because of radiation exposure, among many other things, to go on such a mission, even though we know that potatoes apparently can grow on Mars now. But that's really key to developing our understanding of what has happened on Mars, why it turned from this wet planet that was clearly warmer, had warmer episodes, to a cold and dry and pretty inhospitable world, and whether that has any lessons for us, or perhaps a eureka moment of finding life, albeit primitive, in one other place than right here. So a few thoughts on Mars. Thank you, Scott. Bless you. It's nice to be here again, of course, with everyone. And that was just kind of what was on my mind, thinking about the red planet tonight.
That's awesome. David, there's a question here. This is from a gentleman named Schmidt, SC. He asks, is there any chances of contamination done by humans by sending rovers and all which might have accidentally sent microbes on Martian soil and later it proliferates?
Well, there is a chance. We can't say that there's a zero chance. Now, incredibly detailed and complex precautions have been taken, though, in creating these spacecraft in launching them, in analyzing them, in delivering them to the red planet. And of course, that was a concern also with Apollo missions to the moon, and especially with living biological beings going to our closest celestial neighbor. So there's a chance, we think it's very, very minimal and that it's basically zero, but I don't think you can rule that out entirely. And one way that you could sort of test that, it would be a heck of a coincidence if microbes existed on Mars, and they were exactly, in some respects, with chirality and other properties, won't go into all that now, but the handedness of the organic molecules and so on, exactly like microbes on Earth. That would be a pretty tremendous coincidence and raise some eyebrows with a contamination problem.
Right. Well, very interesting. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
It's always interesting. Our next speaker is our youngest astronomer in this show. It's Libby in the Stars. She's, I think you are still 10 years old, Libby. Is that right?
Yes, I'm turning 11.
Yeah. And and today, Libby's gone through most of the solar system. And what is your talk tonight?
Well, I decided to do constellations, and I made a PowerPoint too that I'm going to share.
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to go ahead and try to share it. There's screen. Okay. Oh, Lord. Okay. I have it right here pulled up. Okay. Right here, and then we'll go into.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get into present mode so you can see what the slideshow better. There is a present mode. We can go. Okay. It's loading because the internet's bad. Reload. Okay. Now I should be able to get on present mode so you guys can see that.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah. I was really into tech when I was in second grade, so I made a bunch of Google Slides, so I have some experience of this. So first I want to start with Orion. So the constellation Orion, I actually learned a lot about at Space Camp. It was a lot. I was really interested in learning about it. And I was also very interested in learning about the characters of Orion, because it's so cool on how back then in the Roman ages, how they could create characters out of stars. You know, that's some pretty good imagination. Down here, you can see my little mouse. I have it on Orion's belt. And that's my favorite part of astronomy. One of my favorite parts of the whole entire sky. That's what I love looking at. Without a telescope, it's one of my favorite things to look at, because there is definitely a lot of important stuff about this constellation that makes me wonder a lot about it. So when I was at Space Camp, we would have these little presentations every night, and mostly they were always going to be about Orion or living in space. And I enjoyed Orion most of the time because there's just so much more than you would think. I was mainly interested. It has a black hole that is 200 times the mass of our sun, so it is humongous. And I'm kind of interested in black holes. I mean, I don't like the idea of being sucked up by one, but I do think it's cool that something out there is this, like, out of mythology, something out there is just like that I think that's really cool. My favorite nebula is called the Horsehead Nebula, which is also in Orion. And there's a lot in Orion. It's one of my favorite constellations. I asked the question to one of the Space Camp counselors. I asked, what happens if you get sucked up by a black hole? um, he said spaghettification. I dare you guys to go look that up. Apparently, you like stretch out into a long noodle and get sucked up.
That would
And
be uncomfortable.
yeah, it like stretches your bones and everything. And it was kind of it's kind of hard to think of it in your brain as like getting sucked up. I mean, it's a hard thing to process, but I thought it was pretty cool that there's something real like that. And my mom, she's been wanting to see the star Betelgeuse in my telescope for a very long time. And recently there's been a lot of news about Betelgeuse too, so it's definitely one of my favorite constellations. Here is Ursa Major, and it is a like basically its character is a bear, and I always go to my friend's house during quarantine. We would have a socially distanced outside movie theater, and we would watch movies. And I would always point up to the sky and see right over me. I would see Ursa Major, and I'd be like, "There's a dipping pot." So basically, you could see like in between here, you can see the little pot, and that's one of the things that'll help you find it really easily. For me, if I look up where I live, it's just around there, and it's really easy to find a little pot, a little handle and stuff. But then if you want to look at it more, you can start to find other parts of the constellation and kind of put it together. M82 is a pair of galaxies located in Ursa Major. And I'm mostly amazed by constellations because people just think of them as like, oh, some characters the Roman gods created just like a couple like million years ago or something. But I think it is very interesting because people don't think about what is actually in a constellation, because there's way more. There's galaxies, stars. There's way more than you can imagine in a constellation when people in the normal day life just think of, oh, it's just some silly old character they made up in the sky. It is so the galaxy SDSS 1133 is located at least 2,600 light years away. And I'm very interested in light years right now because I was like researching about it. So basically, if my neighbor down all the way down my street turns on the light, I may see it in a couple milliseconds, which would be called like a couple light years, basically. There's a dwarf galaxy named Markarian 177.
Markarian.
Yeah, and it's always hard. Markarian, okay.
Yes.
Get
it.
It is it's not in the star pattern of Ursa Major, but it is located near it. And I think it's really cool because I mean when I was little, I used to be able to find a dipping pot, but now I can find the whole entire constellation very easily. It's kind of an original constellation, you know, for like everyone in life. It's easy just for everyone to find it, which I think was a really nice starting point in finding stars and astronomy for me. So I was wanting to talk about characters a lot because like each character had a story, and I would always go to these planetariums before coronavirus and everything, and they would tell amazing stories about the sky and the characters from Greek mythology and all that. And I thought that was amazing because I mean, the sky is basically a book now. You know, since those characters are created, you can be like, oh yeah, that's the hunter and he's hunting. That's the hunter Orion and he's hunting for Ursa Major, the bear. Like I can look up into the sky and get a full-blown TV episode packed full of stories. I mean, it's amazing to me that the people back then had lots of creativity to where they can do all of that and create characters. And now I don't think the stories of the constellations don't get appreciated enough, but I do think the characters are amazingly cool that they create. And then here we have the constellation Hydra, which is not a very popular constellation, but I have lots of star simulations on my iPad, and I will enjoy all my time looking at the Hydra stars because they'll give you close-up view of them as a simulation. And I think these stars are gorgeous. They're kind of like an off-white color and kind of a little pinky and bluey. They're kind of pastel colors, so I thought these stars are gorgeous. You know, our sun is a bright flaming red, but they have like little nice pastel colors, and I thought that was really pretty. This is located in the southern sky. It's a little bit hard to see because, you know, it's just a line, and then it's kind of a little bit all over the place. Because here we have some random star that's now randomly included into the constellation. And I was wondering about the how they saw this galaxy, and because a lot of what was discovered in the sky was back in the like Roman times, and people were making up stories and everything. But this is discovered in the late 1900s, which is pretty surprising for me. And I'm starting to learn more that I research about constellations and planets, is that the farther out they are, it'll take more time to discover them. And I'm starting to get like less impressed now on how long it's taking people to discover things. But I'm extremely happy that it's still going on and people are still interested in discovering new stuff a lot of the time every day. This constellation is one of the 12 constellations from Observations of the Southern Sky by Petrus Ramsius. I hope I am saying these names right. Heiter Gertz, Kisun, and Frederick D. Hoopman. So they discovered this constellation. So they discovered 12, and this is one of them, which I'm kind of a little bit wondering about why there's just some random star off to the side, and which is now included in the constellation.
Good questions.
Yeah. I see 171717 is a galaxy named White Rose Galaxy because it looks like it is a flower and the little petals. And you know, people still have that creativity today that they did when they were making the characters back then in the Roman times, but it's a little bit more based off of things because back then they didn't know what any name was. Now you can name it off of things. So this is the White Rose Galaxy, and it was a deep sky object. So the later it was, the more it was going to be. It's going to be later to discover. And this constellation isn't very popular, but definitely when I learned about it, I have more fun. You know, there's 88 of constellations, and I probably chose one of the most unpopular ones, but I'm happy that I did because not a lot of people know about it, and now I'm just teaching them. I see 1717, I should say it formally, was discovered by John Lewis Emil Dreyer. I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong, but this constellation, I have lots of more questions about it. I definitely love the story of how it got discovered and everything, but I still have this question about this one random star. So it's just off to the side. It's not even a part of it. So sure. I hope you enjoyed.
Okay.
I definitely enjoyed the constellation Hydra. I mean, I definitely asked some questions about where the random star came off to the side. And I also enjoyed telling my experience about Space Camp and Orion because I definitely had a lot of lessons about Orion. So I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Libby,
you.
that was your presentations get better with every global star party. And I think our audience recognizes that. So thank you. Thank you very much. I know that David Levy had a comment that he wanted to add here.
Thanks, Scotty, and thanks, Libby. As I was listening to your talk just now, my mind kind of wandered a little bit, and I wondered what the astronomy world is going to look like in 10, 20, 30 years from now. Will you, for example, be the head of the astronomy department at Harvard? Or will you perhaps not be interested in astronomy at all? The thing about life is that you really can't tell where it's going to take you, Libby. I have a feeling listening to your talk that you will be somewhere in astronomy. I know I wanted to be a professional astronomer, never succeeded in that because I was terrible at math. I think you are probably a lot better at math than I am. But thinking about other women and young girls who became interested in the night sky brought me back again to Cecilia Payne, who, when she was about your age, looked up at the sky one night and saw two meteors that seemed to intersect each other. And when I talked to her about it, she still insisted they collided. I mean, I don't believe that happened, but you never can tell. She got into Harvard at a time when women were not considered to be able to be astronomers, but she did so well that the head of the department then, who was Harlow Shapley, the great Harlow Shapley, brought her into his office one day and said, I want you to do a doctoral dissertation, get your doctorate here. And she panicked. She absolutely panicked. She ran out of Shapley's office and went directly to Bart Bach's office. And she walked in shaking. And Bart said, Cecilia, what's wrong? And she said, Dr. Shapley said he wants me to go on and get a doctorate in astronomy. And Bart looked around from one part of the room to the other, and I looked back at Cecilia and said, if God tells you to get a doctorate, you get a doctorate. And that's what happens sometimes. Libby, you're going to go far in whatever field you decide to go in, and good luck.
Yeah, great. That's great. Okay, all right. So our next speaker is another young lady, Deepti Gautam from Nepal. We've been very impressed with her too. I think it's having this video with Nancy Grace Roman is just really. I was so happy to find that video, and we have a number of young women on our program today, so including Molly Wakeling, who's joining us. Abigail Bolenbach will be on with us in a little while, is also very inspiring. But Deepti gave a nice presentation on the last Global Star Party about satellites. She has a follow-on presentation today. Deepti, thank you for joining us all the way from Nepal.
Thank you, everyone, and hello. I am Deepti Gautam, and yes, at last series, so I have talked about the satellite and introduction and about the importance of the satellite. As I have discussed that our life is totally linked with the satellite, and we meet in this Zoom is somehow due to the satellite, and satellite helps in a different field like weather forecasting and that's all about the weather forecasting, telecommunication, imaging and all the everything's. But talking about this all is the artificial aspect, but we can imagine our life is possible due to our natural satellite moon. If it will not inspect or it not look us and it will not keep the this control on our this 23 degrees that our tilt and to the earth, then our life will not be possible. All these distraction in the climate will make the existence exist of the human beings and other animals. And today I have taken here some of the artificial satellite, which has given this which is the last starting point or step for this 1,000 miles and this all this wonders world which are here. Okay, I have some presentation here. Okay, talking about the satellite, today I have taken about the artificial satellite and how we start our journey to develop more satellite. And I frequently said that more than 8,900 satellite from more than 8,900 satellite have been launched up to now due to this small step. And as we know, this Sputnik first was the first satellite. First satellite launched on October 4, 1957. First, the purpose of launching this satellite, it has a big issue between the Russia and the USA too. But beside this, also its work is for the launching this launch to place a radio transmitter into the orbit around the Earth, and it was the beginning of the the satellite of the launching the more and more satellite from different country for different purpose. First of all, launching the first artificial satellite, as we can realize that first of all, people realize what's the importance of satellite. They analyze the importance of natural satellite, and they create and they have the imagination how if we created an artificial satellite, then it will help us. And so Russia, that Sputnik first was the first satellite of this, and which was launched on October 4, 1957. Here is the rocket from which the Sputnik first was launched, and this is the Sputnik first. And as we know, the Explorer 1 is the first satellite from the USA, the successful satellite from the USA. And Explorer 1 was the first launched by the United States, and it responded to micrometeorite impact on the spacecraft skin in such a way with its impact. With its impact on the spacecraft skin in such a way that the impact will be function of mass and velocity. And it was launched on January 31, 1958. And as we know, this NASA is famous all over the world, and its first satellite was Pioneer 1. And here is the Cosby, the satellite, which was first launched under the banner of the newly created European Space Agency on 9 August 1975. And Cosby was the first European mission to study gamma ray source and to be dedicated to a signal experiment. And we can realize the people started their journey, different countries had started their journey to develop the more satellite, and analyzing the importance of satellite by this communication mode and the simple mode like studying research and communication. Satellite has been launched for different purposes in this day, for this research purpose, for communication, for imaging process, it's attitude determination and earth observation, everything. And on this 1,000-mile journey begin with one step, and I will say this one step, and one step of the human beings has taken this 1,000 miles, has make us the 1,000 miles away and created the wonder world now. And we are living here, and using the modern era, using the modern technology due to the help of satellite and others. And yeah, is being a 1,000-mile journeys, and Nepal has been successful to launch the first satellite on 17 April 2019. It's been going to be 1 year very soon, and Nepal Sat 1 was born and fuel is this Nepal's low orbit research satellite and first satellite of Nepal. It was launched on part of Cygnus NG911 by the United States on 17 April 2019, and it was launched for the four main mission, that is a LoRa demonstration mission, an imaging mission, altitude determination and counter mission, software configurable backplane mission. Yeah, and this was the journey we started from the Nepal. And on this April again, we are sending Nepal is sending one satellite in the Falcon 9 on the April 2021. That's and recently, talking about recently, just November 16 or November 16 today, November 16, November 17, in Ariane 9 Space Vega rocket was launched. The COSAT, a new Earth observation satellite and Taranis scientific research satellite from the Guyana Space Center in Korea. It is launched to this for the Earth observation, and for scientific research for the studying about the over the wonder over the space, and this, analyzing over this things heavenly body outside the space. And at last, I'd like to say this dream to touch the sky. So just have a big hope. If the people who not started have the hope and hasn't started, then I think we can't imagine the life here, and we'll be like in the same situation where our forefathers were living. This mailing from this writing in the paper, and mail, sending the mail and by the post box and others, and waiting for a day and month for the reply, and just playing outside and getting the knowledge by self-observation, not by the using the internet and the communication more, and about the weather forecasting. Just our forefathers, our ancestors used to guess the all the weathers and how is this and about the time. But we are sure by the help of satellite and by the help of the modern technology, we can live very cozy life. We are living the cozy life. Technology has make our life very easier, and the for the boosting the satellite technology, satellite has a very big role. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Deepti. It's wonderful. It's great to have you on the program. And you are a big inspiration to your classmates. And we were talking earlier about what will happen with your astronomy club. You're 16 now. You'll be graduating high school in a short time, and I imagine going on to university. And we were talking about the sustainability of your astronomy club, and you mentioned that you would be mentoring the person that would take your spot. So I think that's great, and I think if you keep that up, that the program will go on for a very long time. So that's awesome. We are going to bring on Molly Wakeling next. But before we do, we're going to take a peek through Jerry Hubble's telescope for a minute just to see what's out there. This is the Global Star Party, so we want to get at least a minute of viewing time, and then we will switch to Astronomolly, as she's called, and she is an wonderful astrophotographer. But let's see what's going on with your telescope, Jerry.
Sure. So let me. I'm going to bring up the observatory now. So can you see that?
Yes.
So this first picture I took. This was earlier tonight. I took a picture, and I just like taking these pictures of the Milky Way, and just to show you the sheer number of stars that are in one image. Okay, I did a plate solve, and what my plate solver found, there was over 10,000 stars in this
Oh,
image.
goodness.
So it's just, this is 60 seconds. Okay.
Right.
This is just 60 seconds, and you can zoom up and still see, you know, a ton of stuff here. So I just like seeing these pictures of the Milky Way. They don't even have to be any object per se in the image. It's just, you know, just looking at the vast number of stars is kind of cool.
I do that with my Dobsonian. I won't even look at a star map. I just kind of point it at the thickest, richest part of the Milky Way and just kind of guide my scope through it, you know.
Right.
Low power. I love it.
Right. Right. So
Absolutely.
the other thing I'm going to show you is a live view of Mars. The sky's been coming in and out of clouds over the last hour or so, but there it is.
Oh, wow.
So you can see the seeing's not the best, but again, you can see quite a, you know, markings on
Yeah.
the planet. Looks pretty well.
It looks like it's partially lit too.
You can see the gibbous phase of Mars right along this edge right here, I think.
Right.
So, and this shows you the real time. This is a real time image.
Mhm.
So it's
Good.
not fake. But
That's great.
and you can see our scope over here. You can see it peering up through the slit.
Right. This is a very productive telescope you have here. I
Oh
know
yeah, and see
that's
this is the diverse kind of imaging we can do with just this one camera.
right.
This is a deep sky camera, and I'm able to do this kind of quality planetary stuff close up.
Great. Thanks, Jerry. All right,
Yep.
we'll come back to you after a little while, but let's bring on Molly Wakeling. Molly, thank you for coming on to our program, and you know, you and I have talked before, and I got to know you a little bit, but you haven't been in astrophotography for very long. Is that true?
Yeah, about 5 years is when I got started.
Oh, okay. All right. And you started off doing wide field images of the Milky Way and
You would think, but my first telescope was a Schmidt-Cassegrain, which is probably the hardest possible place to
Yes.
start. It was a gift, so.
all right, right. Well, what do you have for us today?
I wanted to run through what my kind of astrophotography journey has been like, and show how that persevering is really important in astrophotography.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I can get that going here. All right. Yes, so I'm Molly Wakeling. I'm currently a PhD student at UC Berkeley, getting my PhD in physics at the moment. I'm about to switch over to applied science and technology, but for the time being, I'm still in the physics program. And I've been doing astrophotography for about the last 5 years, and it's been quite the journey for sure. This is my first telescope. It was a gift from a ex-boyfriend. It's a long story, but this is an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain on an Altaz mount from Celestron, which is a really nice observing platform for outreach and stuff like that. Very difficult place to start in astrophotography. But when I first pointed it at Saturn, I looked at it and I called my friends over that I had with me. I'm like, you guys got to see this. This is insane. And then the next thing I thought was, I got to take a picture of this. So I figured out shortly thereafter how to attach my DSLR to the telescope. And I was just taking single frames because I didn't know how to do planetary photography yet. So this is a single blurry frame from my second night out of Saturn here. And then I thought, well, I wonder if I put this on a nebula, if I could get more of the nebula. And so I let it run for about 30 seconds on the Lagoon Nebula. And this is my first, 1 minute. And this is my first deep sky image, a single frame on my 7th night out of the Lagoon Nebula. And that was just, thank you. It was so thrilling to be able to see color in it when my eyes couldn't see it. And I could see more detail than my eyes could see. And I was pretty much hooked at that point. This is my first attempt at the Andromeda Galaxy through that setup. I think it was a full moon that night. You know, there's a lot of stuff I didn't know. early version of the Dumbbell Nebula. I've got a much nicer version of this at the end of the presentation for comparison. And of course, everybody's favorite thing to image is the Orion Nebula. And so it was one of the early places I started with my DSLR. And then after about 6 months of using that telescope, my uncle, who had done some astrophotography back in the early digital days, he felt re-inspired to get back into it, and he upgraded his rig and gifted me his previous rig, which was a Celestron CGE mount with an 11-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. So an equatorial mount was a big boost.
Yeah.
Up from an Altaz mount, and I was able to start getting some nicer pictures of some deep sky targets. Still not able to guide at this point, but starting to get some pictures that were really exciting for getting started out. So much more detail and color than I could see with my naked eye. I started keeping a log on the very first night I went out. Super happy I did that. Highly recommend doing that. And it's really fun to go back and look and see just how excited I was about these early images. Another example of me being really excited about an image here. The Crab Nebula.
Filaments, look at them. Filaments.
I was really excited to be able to get detail on those.
That's awesome.
Yeah, here we go. Another later dumbbell image. This is after I was able to guide, so now I was able to take 5-minute exposures, which was really exciting. I was able to get more detail. Let's see, this is the single. This is the first time I stacked it, but it actually, like, I didn't have a good way to process these yet. I was just using Deep Sky Stacker. So this is actually a single frame from that came out better than the stack before I had very good processing skills and some help from some colleagues in the astronomy club that I joined. But that Celestron CGE didn't last real long. It started having some problems, and then I tried to do an upgrade on it, and something fried it, and the mount is dead at this point. This was about I think about a year into me using it, so that mount was dead and gone. And I got some help trying to fix it from a guy who does a lot of mount upgrades aimed at Dr. Clay Sherrod. And he helped me acquire a CGE Pro, Celestron CGE Pro, at a well-discounted price. And so I was able to get an even more powerful and newer mount to use, although it weighed almost more than me. That thing was so hard to use. I finally started using my club's telescope, which was a huge bonus because I didn't have to set up and tear down all the time anymore. So I just used the telescope at my astronomy club. And that's when I was finally able to start taking some actually really good images. This is my first one that I was really pleased with. I managed to win second place in the Astronomical League's astro imaging competition in 2017, which was very exciting. John Goss may or may not remember that, but I got to meet him at Alcon that year. And this is also when I started to really discover the real magic of stacking, because you can hardly see the Rosette Nebula in this image, and yet it just popped right out after I stacked it and did some processing in Photoshop. Then I got to go to several star parties with that gear. This is me at the Texas Star Party, much darker skies, got some much better images from those dark skies, still using a DSLR at this point, Whirlpool Galaxy. And to compare how far I'd come in those 2 years, this is that Lagoon Nebula image I showed earlier, and then this is one I was able to take just 2 years after I got started. So perseverance is key here, and just lots and lots of practice. I got to go to the solar eclipse in Wyoming in 2017 with a little Borg refractor that had been gifted to me from another member of my astronomy club, and I decided to image. I set up Backyard Nikon to run an automated sequence for me, and it worked really well. I got some killer images, and it was just absolutely jaw-dropping. And I was able to put together this composite of images of the corona, which got me a Astrobin image of the day in 2017 as well, which was super exciting. I finally got myself a monochrome camera, an Astro camera, ZWO ASI 1600 mm Pro, and then was able to do a lot better with color and detail. from there on out. And then the Celestron CGE Pro died. Well, it didn't really die. One of the motors started having issues. It was still technically usable, but I couldn't guide in the declination axis. This is me trying to fix it here. I'm going to jump ahead in time. This is when I got to go to Chile last summer to image the solar eclipse down there. It was really weird, polar lining in the south.
Right.
And I got this
Wow.
image of the solar eclipse. This one was a lot lower altitude, so not as good clarity. And it was interesting to compare because the sun was a lot less active. So the corona is a lot less intricate. I also got to spend some time when I was in Chile in the Atacama Desert, and it was just absolutely mind-blowing. Got to look through some enormous Dobsonians and got to do some really awesome imaging with a borrowed Sony A7S camera and a borrowed Rokinon lens. Here's Eta Carina and the Running Chicken Nebula and a whole bunch of other southern sky delights. Beautiful. And then I moved out to California in just last little over a year ago, and I finally have a backyard. So I was able to set up my telescope in the backyard. It's a lot of light pollution here, but been able to manage through it with good image processing. And I'm now the proud owner of a Takahashi that I bought from my uncle on the family discount on the cheap. Same uncle. And since my CGE Pro wasn't working anymore, I really needed a mount that was more capable than my Celestron AVX. So I made the enormous purchase of a Paramount MyT at last year's Advanced Imaging Conference, and that has been a game changer. And now I have 2 rigs set up in the backyard. Perfect. And then now I have 3. I resurrected the CGE Pro. I'm using it as a science rig for taking variable star data for the American Association of Variable Star Observers, and I'm starting to take some exoplanet data for NASA's NASA JPL's Exoplanet Watch program. Unfortunately, the CGE Pro has fully died now, and the RA motor doesn't work anymore now either. So I was gifted another Celestron AVX from an AAVSO member, but it also died just 2 weeks ago. So I now only have 2 rigs set up back there as I'm working on purchasing another new mount. But despite all these troubles, I've still been able to image well with Paramount and my other AVX. This is from the backyard through all that light pollution with some hydrogen alpha to help. Eskimo Nebula, some narrowband really helps with the sky as well. And here's that dumbbell for comparison with my much earlier image. This is a narrowband bicolor image of the dumbbell. And yeah, just
spectacular.
Yeah, extremely excited about this one. Yeah. And then I bought a camper so I could go out to dark skies and get some dark sky site images.
Perfect.
So yeah, that's where you can find all my stuff. And I hope I didn't go too long there.
No, that's great. That's great. I loved all the comments and with your slides and everything. I hope that you keep up that observing diary of yours. So that's really fantastic. Yeah, our next speaker is Ryan Hanaho, and Ryan Hanaho is at the Montana Learning Center. I meet Ryan many years ago, and one of the Astronomical League Alcon events, and he was a bright young man. Doing some big things in astronomy, and he's gone on to continue on with that and his educational outreach programs. And so we're going to turn over the stage to Ryan.
Hi everyone. It's always a pleasure to be on the show. Thanks for the invite, Scott. I'm really glad to see that this is done. Given everything that's considered right now, and so it's great to be having folks that are on all across the world, watching people get excited about astronomy. So it's a real joy. I wanted to kind of start out talking by a program that I'm working on with NASA. It's called the Roads on Asteroid Student Challenge. And so the Montana Learning Center is one of two NASA K-12 education and outreach partners in the state. And so we host the Roads on Asteroid Student Challenge for Montana, but the Student Challenge goes all over the United States. And in fact, we even have some teams around the world doing it. And so right now registration is open. I'm putting the link, or I'm showing the link right now on the web page. And if you go to nwessp.org, that'll take you right to it. And the first thing that you're going to see is a little blurb on roads on asteroids. And so what we try to do is like this year's theme is asteroids. And so we pair it up with a NASA mission, and then we try to have the students recreate it. And the competition starts as early as 3rd grade and goes all the way through 12th grade. And it's a lot of fun. The kids get to work in small teams. You know, we're even coming up with a lot of virtual alternatives around COVID, so anyone can participate. You know, we've been working a lot with deaf and blind schools. Like I have one that I work at in Montana, and we use little Lego Mindstorms for that, and they have nice accessibility so that everyone can really be a part of the experience. But this year is themed around asteroids. And I'll show you kind of what happens is we have like a competition mat, like, you know, you would see this is from a couple years ago when we recreated the Apollo 11 landing. But what the kids do is, you know, they basically have a lander. In this case for asteroids, it's going to be an impactor of sorts. And the kids fly in to the asteroid, and they've got to land. And then once their impactor lands, what happens is they replace it with a robot that they built. And so this is a Lego Mindstorm that we started to use early on. This year we're integrating make blocks. And so here's the robot that I built. I have a teacher workshop coming up later this week. And so what we did is we shipped 30 of these around Montana to teachers or educators that serve Native communities. And so right now, you know, if you're interested, I really encourage you to go to the website, read up about it. It's a great experience for kids. You know, back when we didn't have COVID, the award winners, at least for Montana, I took the NASA centers, and, you know, it's an awesome experience for the kids to spend a week at like Kennedy Space Center or JPL, you know, what have you. It's just a really awesome experience for those kids. And so check it out. If you have any questions or if you need any help with it, just let us know. Right now, we're kind of in the early registration period. And so as such, we have some funding to support teams nationwide with possible equipment grants. So definitely check that out. Yeah, I know our prizes this year before COVID came were like the top scoring teams we were going to take to a launch at Kennedy for one of the asteroid missions coming up. And so, you know, with COVID, I'm not sure how that's going to look. You know, this past summer, the prize was to take kids to see the Mars mission go off. And so, you know, one thing came to another, and we had the impact of the pandemic. So let me go ahead and minimize that and open up and kind of transition to another opportunity I want to talk about. And Libby, I just put this in here right as you were talking on Orion. And when I was a kid, well, Orion's still my favorite constellation. The object that I love the image is the Horsehead Nebula, and this is actually one of my shots.
Wow.
That was taken with a 16-inch Arcos, and that's actually our remote telescope in New Mexico for the Learning Center. And when I say remote, it's located elsewhere. And so we're located in Montana, but this telescope is located on a mountaintop at a little place called New Mexico Skies. And so I just love the Horsehead. So Libby, I wanted to share that one for you. Our astronomy program is supported, even though we're a NASA sponsor or a NASA center of sorts, so to speak. Our astronomy program is supported 100% by private donors. And our largest supporters are Mike and Lynn Ress of New Mexico Skies. And I just want to talk a little bit about our astronomy program and talk about a special project that we're getting involved in, and kind of, if you're interested in supporting, how to do that too. And so this is the Montana Learning Center. We took the photo with a drone this fall. So the lake level was low, but we're located on 10 acres of land up above Montana's capital on a lake. And it's really a beautiful place. And so we've been doing science camps for kids and teacher trainings there since the mid-1980s. And in the last couple of years, we've added astronomy program since I've been able to transition away from the classroom and be a full-time director of the Learning Center. So these are our two roll-off roofs, and they're both roll-off roofs, meaning that the roof rolls off and they're motorized. And the small building houses a 14-inch robotic telescope, and that's a hyperstar. And so it's really, really fast. And the kids love that because you can get awesome photos quick. And then the big building houses a 25-inch f4 Dobsonian, and the kids love that because you can look through it too.
Sure.
But the special project that I'm working on is to build a third observatory, and that third observatory will go right over here on the peninsula. It'll be the size of the small one, but it's going to house our most advanced telescope. And so Mike and Lynn were very generous, and they gifted the Learning Center a 24-inch RCOS on a Buyers Series 3. And so that was in storage for about 10 years. And now, we've had it for the last 2 years, but it's a big project trying to bring a telescope like this together. And fortunately, I guess one of the benefits, if you want to call it that, of COVID is now that I'm not doing face-to-face programs, it frees up my time to do like fundraising or grant writing and whatnot. And so I'm really focusing on bringing this project to light. And so this is the 24-inch when it was installed at New Mexico Skies. And I believe Mike had it installed between 2005 and 2010 before he replaced it with another telescope. That's the one thing about astronomy. Once you get into it, you get hooked with telescopes, and if you're like me, you have a lot of telescopes. And I remember growing up as a kid, my first telescope was a 6-inch Starhopper by Celestron. And I worked all summer mowing lawns just to get that telescope. And, it's still at my parents' house in Pennsylvania. But yeah, once you get hooked, you don't go back. That's for sure. So anyway, we're trying to bring this project together. And the idea is to introduce and develop astrotourism in Montana. And so we're starting to collaborate with a few different organizations. Astronomy Magazine is one of them. And part of it is what we want to do is bring tourists into Montana and literally show them big sky country and show them the Milky Way from the lake. And so we're really trying to do that and do that well. And one aspect would be, this would be the largest and most advanced public telescope or public use telescope in the state. I'm looking to equip that with a CCD camera with filters and whatnot. Everything's coming together right now. It's a big work in progress. Like, I got to take the entire telescope apart and clean it because it's been in storage. Software Bisque has the buyer's mount, and they're going to work on it. So it's really, really quite the undertaking. And so I wanted to share a link with you before I wrap up. And with that link, if anyone's interested, you just go to montanalearning.org. And like I said, our astronomy program is supported 100% by donations. And if you're ever interested, you can go to our donate tab and make a contribution to Learning Center. We are a nonprofit, so if you live in the U.S., your donation is tax deductible. And then in the comment section, if you would make a donation, just put down astronomy program, and that'll get flagged. I'll see it, and then that'll go directly to support our astronomy program. And so with that, I thought I'd open it up to the group if the group has any questions before we transition over to another speaker.
Carlos Hernandez says, a very interesting program on exploring asteroids. Comment from Jim Norwood. He says, a couple of months ago, he spent 2 weeks in a very dark, high Colorado. Got some photos of some moose, but not a single shot of the sky due to wildfire smoke. Okay.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's for sure. That's the.
It's great to see your program there, Ryan, and thank you very much. I think we're going to transition over to John Goss at this point.
Thank you, Scott. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much, man. John is with the Astronomical League, a former president of the league itself, and we have. I think you were on during the last Global Star Party. That's correct, right? So you cycled right back through.
Yeah, 1 week ago.
1 week ago, that's right. So during this part of it, the way that the program goes is John will read the answers from the last Global Star Party, okay? And then he will ask the questions for this Global Star Party. And the way that you participate is you don't answer the questions in chat. You send your answers to this email address, which I'm going to put in chat right now. It's exploreralliance@explorescientific.com. Okay. All the people that get the answer right are then put into a pool, and then we at random pick the winner out of that pool of people that have come up with the correct answer. Okay, so that's the way it will go. And with that, I'll turn it over to John. And
excellent.
Let's start with the answers from the last Global Star Party.
Well, actually, I'd like to start with something else.
Okay, all right.
Just take 30 seconds, because
Sure.
I know some of the people who are on the screen here, and I'd like to say hi to them. Ryan Hanaho, nice seeing you again.
Right.
I met Ryan in 2001 or so, but I'm bringing this up because Ryan was the winner of the Astronomical League Horkheimer Award for 2 years, I think, maybe even 3, way back in the early 2000s. We have Molly. She already said hello earlier, but how have you been doing? It's been 3 years since I've seen you, and your astrophotography was great then, and it has continued on a good course. And I also saw we have Abigail Bolenbach someplace online here. There she is. Hi, Abigail. She was the winner, I believe, of the Horkheimer Award 2 years ago, I guess. I lose track of time. Maybe it was 3 years ago. It was in
2018.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's been a few years since I'd seen you.
It's wonderful seeing you.
Well, we're all still here, so that's good. And I do see your name online here or there, especially connected with Peggy Walker, and I'm glad to see that you're still involved in all this. That's really good.
Definitely.
Okay, well, I'd like to move on and do what Scott was saying about some of the answers from last week. Let's see if I can get on here. Nope, this is not it. Wrong one. It's all right. We're cool. Here we go. I hope you can all see this. First question is about the moon's formation. And again, as I said last week, I'm appreciative to Dave Eicher for speaking on the moon's formation, because he set me straight in some of these years here. But today the moon lies about 240,000 miles from the Earth. When the moon was formed about 4.6 billion years ago, how far was it thought to orbit our planet at that time? Well, the correct answer is C. It's only about 12,000 to 20,000 miles. Over time, the moon has progressed further out to its current 240,000 miles. Okay, next question. Question number 2 from last week was, if you look on a star map from a number of years ago describing the constellation Taurus, you will find stars with the Flamsteed numbers, a whole bunch of them, including 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, 36. Why is 34 not found? Well, the correct answer is that when Flamsteed was doing this, he observed Uranus without even realizing it and assigned it number 34. So number 34 is long gone because it followed Uranus as it went across the sky. Makes sense. Question number 3. What is the name of the Astronomical League's quarterly magazine that all its members are eligible to receive? Well, it's The Reflector, and I think The Reflector is about 60-ish years old, something around 60 years old, something like that. So it's been around for quite a while. Now it's a full color glossy magazine of, 32, 34, 36 pages, something like that. So we're pretty proud of that. Okay, one more thing. Let's go on to this week's questions.
Okay. Now, for last week's questions, you will be notified an email. If you haven't been already, you will be receiving an email notifying that you are the winner. Okay, let's go to the questions for tonight.
Okay, put on your thinking caps.
Drum roll, mental drum roll.
Yeah, right. Okay, here we go. Let's start out. This isn't a question. We like to preface everything we say about observing the sun, because we certainly don't want to have any mishaps here when people observe the sun. Always use the solar filter, the proper solar filter. Know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, ask somebody who does, because we don't want any accidents when you use a telescope to look at the sun. If you do it right, it's completely safe and you get a lot out of it. But just keep this in mind. First question has nothing to do with the sun. Okay. Observers on Earth enjoy meteor showers, such as the Leonids, which are going on right now. To a hypothetical observer on the moon, could Leonid meteors be seen streaking across the blackness of the lunar sky? If you're on the moon right now and you look up in the sky, would you be able to see any Leonid meteors? Yes or no? Question number 1. Oh, by the way, I do have the logo up on the screen for our 75th anniversary of the Astronomical League. 2 days ago was the 74th anniversary. So now we're in the year leading up to next year's 75th mark. So we've been around
75th
for a
year
while.
now. That's right.
Yeah. It's organization has grown quite a bit, but we'll talk about that in the coming weeks. Question number 2. Okay, when examining double stars through a telescope, the observer typically notes the magnitudes of the primary and secondary stars, their angular separation, and another value. What is that value? Is it the position angle? B, their altitude above the horizon? Or C, their combined Cassini index? So that's for you double star observers, you gotta know this stuff.
That's right.
Okay, our third question, I'll jump into here. Astronomical League gives a number of youth awards every year. We have the National Young Astronomer Award, which is graciously sponsored by Explore Scientific, and we're very appreciative of that. But today, we're going to not talk about that. We're going to talk about our other set of awards, the Horkheimer Youth Awards. So one of the benefits of being an Astronomical League member is being able to submit an entry into the Astronomical League Horkheimer Youth Journalism Award. It's a lot of words to say at one time, competition. available for kids who are aged 8 to 14. It requires a 300 to 400 word essay, deadline March 31st. It's a pretty valuable award in a number of ways. The question is what is this competition's first place prize? Is it A, a $25 gift certificate? That'd be handy to have. B, $100, or C, even better, $1,000. So select one of these three answers, and keep in mind this is the Youth Journalism Award, ages 8 to 14. All you have to do is 300 to 500 word essay on some science related subjects such as the planets, something like that. Deadline for this coming year is March 31st, 2021. To find out more about this award, just go on the Astronomical League website and look under awards, and you'll see how to enter this competition. So on that, unless anybody has any comments, especially about the Horkheimer Youth Journalism Award, please speak up.
Oh, that's right.
But anyway,
that's right.
That's what we have
if
to
you know anybody out there that is in the age range,
age 8 years old to 14. If you know anybody out there,
yeah, they should definitely apply for this. So this is a good deal. We're not going to give away what
she is interested in astronomy. This is a great thing to try.
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
so
and
Libby would be definitely something that.
One thing I didn't say is that this is the first place prize. We have a second place and a third place as well, which I can't say what they are, but it's worth your time. So
sure.
Okay,
well, that's great.
That's what I have.
John, thank you very much. Also, we will be taking a 10-minute break right now. So you can you go get a refreshment or whatever. We'll be right back. Up next will be Abigail Bolenbach, and she'll be playing piano for us tonight. So, and then after that, we have Joe Bergeron, a space artist, and Kelsey Poor is supposed to be also joining us as well. So, got some really great stuff for you tonight. As Jack Horkheimer always said, keep looking up, but we'll be back in 10.
So, while we have a 10-minute break, I thought I'd mention if the youth are still on, we have a remote telescope that's located in New Mexico, and it's equipped with, it's a monochrome sensor, but it's equipped with color filters and also BVRI BVR filters as well, so it can do photometric research. But I've got that on the Skynet Robotic Telescope Network, and we're always looking at trying to give telescope time away to students and teachers. And so if that's of interest, reach out to me. My email address is montanalearningcenter@gmail.com. Again, it's montanalearningcenter@gmail.com. And I'd love to kind of maybe give you guys some access or something like that.
Hey, Kelsey. Well, hello, everybody. We are back after our little 10-minute break here, and we are coming to the part of our program where we have artists who are inspired by space and the cosmos and the universe. And, this is something that has to go back through antiquity. I'm sure that people looked up at the heavens and saw the Milky Way and was just, filled with such personal feelings about the awe-inspiring part of looking up at the stars that, it got the creative juices flowing. And so tonight we've got Abigail Bolenbach and Joe Bergeon with Kelsey Poor from Nova Space Galleries. And so we'll start with Abigail first. Abigail's got one or two pieces of music that she'd like to play for us. She's a wonderful astronomer, a great lecturer, a really multi-talented person, but also very creative, and she is an accomplished pianist. So, Abigail, it's all yours.
Scott. The first piece that I will be playing is one of Chopin's pieces. It's his C-sharp minor nocturne. And then I will play a Debussy piece, his Valse Romantique. So maybe about 10 minutes in total. So
yeah, thank you.
Test in quality. I have my music mic, but I'll do a quick scale.
It's good. It's all good.
Cool.
Maybe a bit loud. Maybe a bit loud.
Oh, loud?
It might be.
Okay. Then I suggest turning your volume down because they're kind of loud.
Okay, that's right.
That was the first one.
It was good. It was great.
Thank you.
His phone was going off at the end there. Oh, those years. Okay, good. I was about ready to mute somebody.
Going, how is she doing that?
Okay, so the next one.
Okay, next one. It was beautiful, by the way, Abigail. It was beautiful. Wow. Wow. That was awesome, Abigail. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Carlos Hernandez says beautiful piano pieces by the multi-talented Abigail Bollenbach. She makes it to look so easy. Very inspiring. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
much for that. I wanted to say hi to everybody. I recognize so many faces on here. Hi, David. Hi, Joe. Hi, Kelsey. It's great to see everybody.
Yeah. It's great to have you on, Abigail. Thank you. All of our audience is very happy. They're clapping for you. And,
Thank you.
you know, I think you just brightened everybody's night here. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for letting me play for you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Wow. Okay. So up next is Kelsey Poor from Nova Space Galleries and novaspace.com. And we are we're happy to have you on, Kelsey, once again. I know that you have your Artist of the Month, Joe Bergeon, with us. He actually logged on at the very first part of this.
I think he watches this all the time.
Does he?
Yeah.
I'm
I've
glad.
watched it too.
I knew he, once I saw the telescope in the background, I knew this guy was really into amateur astronomy. After looking at some of his images, I was just, really amazed. He is not only extremely accurate, but the perspectives that he chooses are really incredible. And it is, space artists can do that. They can take you to points in space and show you perspectives that would probably be impossible to get. But it's not only their job to inspire, but to inform. And so I don't know much about Joe. You know him better than I do. So please, why don't you make the introduction here? And also,
Sure.
Don't forget to mention where people can learn more about your gallery and how to get some of this fine art.
Sure thing. I wrote an introduction to Joe on my phone, so I'm going to read it for you. First, I want to say that everybody seems to be wearing long sleeve shirts, and it's 90 degrees in Tucson here today, so I feel so underdressed. And I see Abigail is wearing a Nova Space shirt. Let's talk about space, baby. Yeah. That's the shirt you can get at novaspace.com. Thank you so much, Abby. All right. Here's my introduction for Joe. Joe Bergeron is an amateur astronomer who has chased the stars in numerous road trips across the country. An author and storyteller with 10 novels, 2 novellas, and a children's book, and an artist who specializes in space art. He is the Nova Space Artist of the Month, and we are selling some signed prints and originals of his. I spend most of my time with Joe trying to convince him to participate in whatever project I'm trying to do to exploit him. So we are very lucky to have him with us tonight.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, well, I guess I should probably say something at this point. I'm going to attempt to use the screen sharing to flip through some slides of my work. So let's see how that goes. Do you see anything?
Yep.
Okay. So I've been doing this since like 1976. That was the first year that I actually sold any artwork of any kind, really. I work digitally, and also I paint in acrylic and oil. This is a digital piece. It's obviously intended to be like the primordial solar system, Earth and Moon in an early stage of formation, purely digital. This is another digital piece. It's a comet making a really, really, really close approach to the Earth. And if this ever happened, it would be really spectacular and would sell tens of telescopes. I don't doubt that at all.
Tens.
And it would also terrify billions of people. I don't know which outcome is better, really.
That's pretty awesome.
And let's see, this is a conception of a space garage and assembly facility under construction. So it's just a skeleton at this point, but it includes an Orion escape vehicle and some habitat modules that you can see it's hooked up to, and solar dynamic power arrays, which was a power source considered for orbital use under development at what is now the Glenn NASA facility. But I don't know, they decided they weren't practical, so they gave up on that idea, even though they looked that cool, which I think was a bad choice. Oh, this is the California Nebula. Kelsey has some signed prints of this available at Nova Space, if anybody likes this piece. California Nebula. It's not based on the actual California Nebula. It's actually more California-y than the real California Nebula. And it has bright stars corresponding to the major cities in California. So it's kind of a limited audience for this one, I guess. I also do occasional science fiction stuff. This is a digital piece, another digital. You'll see some paintings later. None of this is terribly well organized. I just threw it together. Cosmic Cat. Okay, this is my children's book. The cover art for that is an oil painting. Kelsey has, I think, 6 copies of this, signed copies for sale at Nova Space. Signed copies. And the interior art for this book is all digital. This is an example.
Oh, wow.
Kelsey also has signed prints of this available at Nova Space, this particular piece. The book has like, at least, I don't even remember. I've modified this book and expanded it so many times. I don't even remember how many pages it has anymore, but it's something like 26 or 30 pages or something like that. That's another example. That's another digital piece. They're all digital for this book. And there's another one featuring the heroine of the book, Maria, who is a young girl who becomes interested in astronomy and sort of gets in over her head a little bit, but she winds up okay. The black hole, easily dealt with.
That's great.
So that's a painting. That's an acrylic painting, and it's one of many paintings I did way back in the 90s for Time Life Books for their book series, Voyage Through the Universe. Time Life Books was an organization that existed back when books were popular, back in the 20th century. I don't think they really do anything anymore, but I'm not sure they still exist, but back then they were kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And that's just another space shuttle piece. This is actually, I think, a mixture of digital material and painted stuff, as I recall. I mean, it's hard to remember exactly how I put some of these together because some of them were pretty old. This is purely digital. It's just a bunch of hypothetical made up Mars landing hardware that I designed, and I made 3D models. A lot of the digital artwork I do involves a lot of 3D modeling and rendering.
That looks like the Apollo Command Service module.
Yeah, what it's supposed to be is something more like the Orion capsule. And it's kind of hard to see because it's so hazy, but it's got like 2 solid rocket boosters. It's like the vehicle they would use to return to Mars orbit to rendezvous with a bigger spacecraft to return to Earth. This is half digital and half traditional paint. It's the Hayabusa Japanese asteroid probe, the first one. I forget the name of the asteroid that visited. It was the first one, the less successful one. It had trouble gathering samples from the surface of the asteroid. This was the biggest, by far the biggest digital space art I ever did because it was intended for use on a big transportable panel for a whole exhibit on asteroid exploration. And I think the final size was like 8 feet wide or something like that. So it was a really, really big digital file. It was as big as I could handle at that time.
Beautiful.
That is an acrylic painting. It shows Europa with the ice kind of cracked open a little bit, and you can see some of the subsurface water, which is sort of boiling off and freezing at the same time.
That's cool.
And this is digital. This is a hypothetical subsurface or sub-ice Europa probe, which I designed. It's designed to, it's shaped like a torpedo, so it can go through a relatively small hole. And then when it gets down into the water, it unfolds the lights and some other stuff. And a similar idea, it gets into the science fiction realm. Europa again, a similar sort of probe encounters a hypothetical Europa buggy alien. This was actually a commission from a guy who self-published some novels about these Europa aliens, and he commissioned me to do his cover art. That is mostly digital, or maybe entirely digital. A lot of 3D modeling in there too. This is an oil painting. It's called Nebulous Planet. Kelsey has the original painting for sale at Nova Space. And she also has a bunch of signed prints.
Beautiful.
That is called First on Europa. It's an acrylic painting. And Kelsey also has this painting for sale at Nova. You'll note the flag, it's sort of modified. It kind of reflects my notion of how a politically reorganized United States might look in 100 years or so. We'll see. Oh, Cassini, this is for Abby. I made a really sweet digital model of the Cassini orbiter and made a number of renderings showing it in various phases of the exploration of Saturn. I know Cassini is a big, big favorite of Abby, and so is Saturn.
Joe, is Linda Spilker also, does she own some of your works?
I'm not familiar with that name.
Yeah, she was the principal investigator for the Cassini mission. And I know that she has a lot of Saturn art. So I think she would really like this.
Well, if you can hook me up with contact information,
Yeah,
I'll send
I
you
sure
a
will.
JPEGs.
I sure will.
All right, thanks. And this is an acrylic painting, seeing the rings of Saturn from a viewpoint just over the cloud tops of Saturn. The main cloud tops, the really opaque ones.
Incredible.
This one's digital. This one shows the big vortex deep storm at the pole of Saturn. Which I
It's
think
these
is
kind
a
of
kind of a cool
perspectives that
thing.
I'm talking about because, you know, this is something where you really get to dive into the details of the planet. And, you know, I think that, I think this is where space artists really transport people into, you know, aspects of celestial observation that they couldn't otherwise experience, you know, so.
Right, because we are not yet in a position to take actual photographs of this thing from this perspective.
Right.
Let's see. I'm going to show off my persnickety nature now by referring to this moon of Saturn as Enceladus, which would be the correct, the more correct Greek pronunciation. They didn't have any soft seas back then. All the seas were hard seas. So it's just like the Boston Celtics basketball team. Yeah, moving a little farther out into the solar system, we see some hypothetical spacecraft investigating the planet Neptune. That's an acrylic painting. It's another one I did for Time Life Books, although the original version was kind of boring, really, because it did not have the planet. And so like 2/3 of the painting was just black or stars. So I added the planet later and changed it substantially. It's a digital piece, just a random big old telescope. Looking out the slit of its dome.
Yeah, I love that.
This is an acrylic painting. Still got that one lying around somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Digital again, a hypothetical alien planet, a couple of moons, and a really sparkly, colorful star field.
Yeah.
You need some really light sensitive eyes to see a star field like that. The texture on the moon there in the foreground was from the surface of a frozen pond. I just took a photograph of it and mapped it onto a sphere to make it weird looking moon. I do things like that. This is a really old piece. This is one of my earlier ones. This is actually a gouache painting, and it involves a lot of airbrush, which I don't do anymore. It shows, well, you can see what it is. But it's kind of an outdated visualization of what a black hole would look like, because it doesn't incorporate any of the optical distortion that you see in movies and things now when they show black holes. So it's kind of simplified, but it's pretty, I think. And this is a digital piece. It's a frame dragging black hole. So the twisted grid is supposed to reflect the rotation of the black hole, which drags the structure of space-time around with it as it spins. This is a view of the Andromeda Galaxy as seen from like over its shoulder.
Yeah.
Not from our perspective. So actually you're looking at the Milky Way galaxy in the distance in the upper left.
Cool.
And in the foreground, the very foreground is one of the globular clusters associated with M31. And this was a commission. It's an acrylic painting. And it's called The Everything of Astronomy or something like that. It's just it's supposed to be like a showcase of some of the interesting things in the universe and the way we go about looking at them and the cultural background of our study of the stars and everything I could think of a good way to squeeze in.
Yeah. It's awesome.
So that's all I have. Thanks for watching.
Joe, I'm curious about a couple of things. One is who were the great, who were the artists that inspired you?
Ron Miller, Rick Sternbach were the contemporary space artists who I really liked a lot and who I deliberately imitated a lot when I was first getting started. And beyond that, the usual Chesley Bonestell would be your primary one, but really it was seeing the work of Ron Miller and Rick Sternbach at science fiction art shows, and my careful study of them, and my careful ripping off of their techniques that really got me started.
Right. Jeff Wise comments here. He says, "Thanks, Joe. Thanks a lot. That was a great ride through space." Carlos says, Joe Bertrand is an extremely talented artist. His paintings are beautiful, accurate, and inspirational. His space art inspires me. Thank you. So.
And Abby was just helping me to promote some of my work too, which I very much appreciate. Yeah. One of my novels, and she has her own copy of the Cosmic Cat book, which she actually paid for herself, which impresses me. Yes.
That's great.
So thanks.
Yeah, I love your sense of humor too, Joe. It's great. I love it. What medium do you find these days, anyways? I know that artists evolve and change. What medium do you like to work in most today?
Well, it depends on what the outcome is supposed to be. If I'm doing like something commercial, where speed is often involved, then digital is fast.
Yeah.
Relative is fast. But if I want to have something permanent, a physical object that I can hang on the wall or potentially sell or something, then it should be a painting. And in that case, acrylic painting is fast, but there's certain things that I find it difficult to do that are better done in oil. But painting in oil is a substantially more time-consuming process for me. I notice there are people in the world who can paint really fast with oils, but I'm not one of them. I just have to put down a layer and let it sit for a few days to dry while I think about it. So yeah, that's a pretty time-consuming task.
Right, that's great. And out of all your works, what do you look at again and again that you still get great enjoyment from?
Well, my apartment here has like 20 paintings hanging here and there.
Yeah.
And I guess the more personal ones, the ones that relate to my own projects like Cosmic Cat, are the ones I'm most pleased to have. Some of the cover art that I've done for some of my novels, I'm happy to have those around. Some of the things I did really a long time ago, like back in the 80s, I'm actually kind of tired of them. And I'm prepared to get rid of them if anybody's interested.
Right. Yeah, I understand. And I noticed that you have looks like a little refractor behind you there. Do you draw inspiration for your artwork by looking at the sky?
To some extent, although very little of the artwork I do really looks like what you'd see through an eyepiece.
Sure.
Yeah, like you're not going to look at M31 and see anything like what I painted.
Right.
And if you look at the Lagoon Nebula or something, you're going to see a little greenish wisp and not some massively colored, turbulent, massive gas. But, it's amateur astronomy is a whole different thing, really. I guess I don't really associate it that much with my space art. If I'm looking at the moon or something like that, then that's helpful because, you can actually see that quite well. So it's helpful for figuring out how to paint craters and stuff like that.
Excellent.
And the colors of the planets too, the actual colors. If you want to depict them accurately and not do them at super saturation like you normally see, then it's a good idea to eyeball them through a telescope.
I would agree. Well, that's great. Abigail posted a link to Nova Space to your artwork, which is great. She says Joe's books, 10 books. And she put a link up for the Amazon link for that. So that's great. Joe, it's wonderful that you spent some time with us today. You're, of course, always welcome to come back to the Global Star Party. Kelsey, is there anything that you'd like to add here?
I think that pretty much covers it. Thank you for coming on the show with me, Joe. It's nice to have you on.
Thank you so much for arranging this. And thank you, Scott, for having me on.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
It's Abby, awesome. It's great to see you.
Yes, Abby, it's good to see you.
Great to actually see both of you.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So the next segment here of our Global Star Party is the astrophotographers, the imagers, the astronomers. Had a little taste of it earlier with Jerry Hubble. Kelsey, thank you so much for being on. Joe, thank you again. And Abigail, thank you so much for bringing the artistic side of astronomy to us. So it's awesome. It's awesome. Gary, I would like to, are you there, Gary? Yeah, there you are. Gary, at this point of the Global Star Party, why don't you take it from here? I'll let you play host. We have Richard Grace that's with us. We have Rodrigo Zeleda with us. We might have Cesar Brolo join us a little bit later. We could do a little bit, of course, Jerry Hubble with his ED-165 out there at the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. I did want to mention a little bit about the people that are, want to recognize some of the prize partners that we have with the Explorer Alliance. And that would be, of course, Gary Palmer Astronomy, who has offered door prizes up for an hour of time with him to do some image processing or advice on how to get your astrophotography up to the level that you like it to be. Of course, once you have a taste of what he can do, you'll want to keep studying with him. We have the Vacuum of Space, which makes space art gifts, t-shirts and that kind of thing, that which you can have customized. So if you're a winner, you can pick anything from their selection and customize it to whatever you'd like it to be. And of course, the Mark Slade Remote Observatory is offering sessions at their observatory there in Virginia, where you can learn about exoplanet imaging. You'll learn science. And they can teach you spectroscopy or how to do photometry, or you could just take beautiful images through their telescope there. And of course, Explore Scientific, that is also giving door prizes in this selection. So, Gary, I'll let you take it away. Okay.
Oh, thanks, Scott. Nice to see all of the stuff so far. It's been very interesting as usual. Lots of different guests and quite a variety on. So I haven't been on for a couple of weeks, and we've not had any real clear weather. A couple of bits here and there. So I've just been grabbing odd test shots on things. So if I go to that screen now, Andromeda, that was a test shot from a couple of weeks back, about an hour's worth of data. That was as good as we got on that. And California Nebula. So that was done with a L-enhance filter and then just adjusted the colors around. Same thing again, just an hour's worth of data. But on the deep sky front, there's not really been a lot going on. And the same on the solar, but I think the last time I was on, we did some processing on the solar on the sunspots. So I thought we would shift over and do some processing on the actual prominences. Yeah, and show people how to join them up and run them together. So we've got two parts to this. I'll just set myself back up again. There we go. We've loaded it up into Auto Stacker. Going to set it up as a surface and improve tracking. Run with a noise robust of about 5, and then global for the area on it, and we're going to analyze it up. Now I've already selected a good area here. We've done some of this before, so it's pretty much the same for the prominences as what it is for the surface. And we're going to analyze that up. That should race away fairly fast. Now I've already set this up the top here. We captured 1,007 frames on this, and we're going to stack 250 frames on it. Okay, so once that's come through, we're going to place the alignment points on, the 104 on the alignment points for this image. Place those on and then stack them. And I've already got this set to run straight through into Registacks for the sharpening and the wavelets. So you need to do exactly the same thing for the actual surface shot, which is going to join in here as well. That's it, that's one through. So if we open up Registacks, and there we go. Can have a little bit of adjustment around, but generally I will do an initial layer 2 and then run the layer 2 up to around 35 to 40%, somewhere around there. Then click do all. And the other thing we want to do in here is just brighten it a little touch, so just so that we can pick the detail out at the top of the prominence there. We're just going to run the histogram up a little fraction. If you double click in the area that you want to see, yeah, then your highlight box will go into that area. And then same again, click do all. That will do. We'll save that out. And we go back in and do exactly the same thing for the prominence. For the surface, sorry. That will do there. Same process, exactly the same settings for this, so don't really need to change anything. And at the moment, the sun's getting quite active. The last couple of weeks, been lots of sunspots starting to rotate into view. Not that I'm seeing many of them here, but I am watching them on the satellites and other people's images, which are coming in quite nicely, and I'm getting quite jealous. Always the way. We've gone into deep winter here now, so seeing on the sun is not the best, even if it is a clear day, but hopefully we get something up this week. Okay, so same thing in text now. Got an area selected there, which we can move down. And that looks pretty good at the setting that we had before, so we're just going to use that. Click the do all button. And then we're going to save the image back out. Okay, once we've done that, we can go to the folder that they're in. And we can get these opened up in Photoshop. There we go. So the first thing is to crop the stack lines off of the outside. Depending on the size of the sensor, you can get flat areas in this area here. It really depends on the size of the sensor and the size of the telescope you're using. And we're going to do exactly the same on the prominence shot. Okay, so back to the surface area, and we need to take this surface area out of here. So I'm just going to click on the area there, and then we're going to use the lasso tool and come in here nice and gentle. Not too long of lines on this, otherwise you'll start to get points right way through. Sometimes you can use the magnetic one, but quite often you find as you're clicking on it, it disappears and messes around. So I've generally found this is the easiest one to use. Okay, we're just going to copy that out. And back to the prominence and paste it in. And what you need to do is really align this so that you're getting your shot the same. So you're getting an even area with the chromosphere line here on both sides. Once you've found the rough area for that, then you can crop the whole image up. So just come in, crop this up and remove any excess off. Okay. Everybody's different on how they want the surface. Some people like it inverted, some people like it like this as it's shot. It really depends on whether you want it artistic or whether you want it to be scientific is the easiest way of putting it. If you want it to be artistic and you want to invert it, you really need to lighten this area up here before inverting it. Otherwise you have a too harsh a line. So you can use the shadows and highlights. That's brightened that up. If you want to darken this bottom area a little bit, just increase the highlights a little fraction. It's up to you on what way you go here. Once you've done that, you can invert the shot for the surface, and then we can just adjust that with the levels to blend in. Okay. And then we might want to add some color in at this point. This is the point where we would add color in. So we need to turn the shot first, and then we need to go into grayscale. Don't flatten the image because you want to do your two colors separate for both halves. And then we're going to go into duotone. I've already got the colors set in here, but if you want to set the colors up, I do it as a tritone, so we keep the black, and then I set two colors in. You can use whatever colors you want. The world's your oyster at this point as to what you use. These are going to be mine. You'll notice it does turn this quite dark, but we'll grab this back as we're moving through. So I actually start with the prominence first. That's my main area that I'm interested in. Once I get the color set for that, yeah, now we need to run this back for RGB so we can adjust the colors. And you can use color balance from now on. So I'm going to bring a little bit of red in, a little bit of yellow. Something like that, and then we can add a little bit of contrast. Use the legacy mode in it and pull the background back down. Then we can adjust a bit of brightness into this to start to brighten it up. Okay, so move to the surface shot. Exactly the same thing, color balance. Okay.
Wow.
Now what I normally do is move the surface shot up so that we start to remove that white line there. Otherwise it really doesn't look nice. So we're trying to remove that. If we've got any overexposure here, we can bring that back in a little while. So let's just crop that out. Okay, a little bit of contrast on the surface as well.
Nice.
And then we can blend these two lines in. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. Generally, I will denoise this a little bit now. The surface just looks a little bit more noisy than the prominence, so we can just run in while they're still separate. Yeah, run to noise, despeckle it on the surface. And then if you want, it's down to you whether you sharpen either separately. You could also darken down the background of the prominence a little bit more and adjust the colors in that. You could use something like selective color, go to the blacks, and you can pull the black in a little bit more in the background. We could bring in a bit more yellow into it if we want.
I don't understand.
Sorry, guys, that was my Google whatever.
Okay, we're just going to despeckle that as well. And then once we come to the blending in, just going to move that up a little touch more on that. It's coming in somewhere around there. I'm just going to go across a little bit. So you'll notice there that I've just got a little bit of a straight line because I was doing this quite fast. So therefore it's going to affect that. If you do get that problem, if you find that your images are out, you can, let me just crop that off like that. If you're really, really struggling with this line, we can select that layer And then we can go into free transform. And then if we hit the little box here, this will give us different alignment points, and I can just pull in that area there if I need to. So if I'm very slightly out, I can readjust this line around. It was my mistake on the beginning of that. So that's the key thing, is just be nice and careful when you're using any of the tools in here, and don't run too fast. And once you've done that, you've pulled the line in a lot closer now. So now what we can do is blend the two shots together. So if we flatten the image, we can get something like the blur tool. Where are we? There. And then we can just run down that line and blur that back into the image so the two join together. You want to do this on quite gentle settings. This isn't something that you race at. Okay, crop the last little bit up, and then if you want to sharpen it, you can sharpen it, or you can do really whatever you want. And that's your image joined together. That's it. There you go.
That's really cool.
It's you can spend a bit more time on it. You can sharpen it. You can do other things. Sometimes sharpen it will just bring in a little bit too much noise. But yeah, that's the simplest way of doing that.
What telescope is that?
That would be with a Quark, and I think it was on a 115mm telescope. So 115mm triplet. The Quark's quite powerful, so it's got 4.2 telecentric Barlow in it. And then it's just really matching it up with a camera. So varied conditions. Sometimes they'd be sharper than that. Sometimes they'd be poorer than that.
Awesome.
Cool. Over to whoever really wants to go next. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have Rodrigo. We've got Richard Grace. Molly's an astrophotographer. Jerry's an astrophotographer. Who would like to go next?
All right, I guess I'll speak up.
All right.
Let's see. Last night I was out and I shot the rosette for a couple hours, and let's see, share screen here. This is not completed. I need more data on this for sure. But this is what I got from a couple hours with the ED80 last night. And it is a bit windy outside and got some rolling clouds, and we had some technical difficulties here at the house. I went to use the sink and I was like, why are my feet getting wet? So I didn't really have full setup time. As a matter of fact, the computer was still stacking this 5 minutes before the show started. So I definitely didn't have any time to do any editing, and I'm planning on collecting some more data. But that's the rosette from last night. And not too much else here to share at the moment, honestly.
All right. Nice shot. You know, one of the things I really enjoy about the rosette is all the dark nebulosity that's going in towards the center, you know, where there's so much star formation going on here. It's a really amazing object to look at.
It really is. I was blown away. It was the first time I ever imaged it, and just the first time it popped up in
Right.
sharp cap with the stretch on, I was like, oh wow, this is
Yeah.
what have I been missing? I should have shot this last year.
That's right.
But I knew that I definitely need to get some more data on it before it'll stretch out without quite so much noise and stuff that was coming through on that. But last night was my first time the little spacer job here in between my camera and my field flattener focal reducer. I finally got that kind of nailed in because the specific rings that come to give you the 55 millimeters of back focal distance. Then I added a filter drawer, which was a different spacing, and that compensates for some things. And then it came with a certain amount of shims, but it didn't add up to enough for in between the differences. I had, you know, an 8 millimeter one and a 10 millimeter one and all this stuff. So I ended up getting an adjustable one after measuring. So and I got a couple extra spacers too, but I managed to make the adjustable one work real good. So for the first time, I've actually had my refractor with a semi-flat field.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, so I'm getting ready to actually, like, all the shots you've seen on Andromeda and stuff like that I've been messing around with over the last month have basically all been one night test shots to try and get my my backspace perfect.
I see. I see. So that's always that's a bit of a job for everybody, you know, just to get that last those last tweaks in, you know, to get everything dialed in for your rig. So
yeah, a lot of field flatteners say 55 millimeters on them. Mine says 56 plus or minus 4.
Well, you know, every one of them is going to be slightly different. That's true. You know,
Yeah.
because they're all kind of individual optics, and you are trying to reach this perfect pinpoint focus, and you know, so it's the variability in optics from you know, unit to unit can be there. Plus or minus 4, I think, is kind of covering the manufacturers, adding some margin for them. But you know,
I imagine because even though most of them are made for one telescope, they're still
that's
marketed
true.
as for
Yeah,
this
people
focal
use them
range
for all
to this
different
focal
kinds of
range.
instruments. That's very true. You know, so that's right. That's right. Well, thank you, Richard, for sharing that with us tonight.
You also talked, Scott, about how these are really handmade instruments, even in the sales that we do.
Absolutely.
They're not
made by
mass
robot.
manufactured.
That's right. Yeah, they're not made like well, for instance, like space optics are. You know, for example, you know, where everything is the consistency from one optic to another has to be as tight tolerance as the kind of figure that you're going after. I remember talking to Roland Christian at Astrophysics about the accuracy of optics at one point, and he had mentioned that he works on an optic until he thinks it's the best it can be. Okay. Now, astrophysics refractors are really kind of the Rolls Royce of refractors out there. Everyone would like to own one, you know. But you know, he takes his time with it. It takes years to get one. But you know, once he has it, once he gets it to the best he thinks it can possibly be, he stops. Okay, he's not going to continue to work on it because he knows that it's going to be superb. And that's what most opticians are working for towards. You know, if they were building an instrument with multiple optics in it, like a multi, you know, refractor system for some sort of special application, getting consistency from, you know, making sure that refractor is 1,000 millimeters and this one is not 1,001 or 1,010 millimeters, but 1,000 exactly. Okay, that's very difficult to do, and would require specialized polishing equipment to achieve it. So
That kind of spec, though, focal length spec, it's not that necessary to be exact on that. It's the curvature and the correction is really a lot more important than the end up focal length, I think.
That's right. That's right. Right. So it's all after, you know, whatever it is that you're trying to achieve, you know, so but you know, there's astrophotographers know that this variability exists and will compensate for it.
There's a lot of difference on the cameras now. That is, you know, we've said it before, that the
The
sizes
cameras
of
themselves, the depth of the chip, exactly where is that chip, you know, so.
there's so many variables in the equipment these days. Fill flatteners and reducers are the bane of my life. You know,
Right.
And that's just not getting enough time. You know, the last clear night I had, there was sort of 3 units to get out there and test, all in a couple of hours. And then you're messing around with the spacing, you're messing around with all of the different things, and you're putting filters in there to see what goes on then, how it affects it. And then swapping the cameras around, trying 2 or 3 different cameras on that particular setup, check that works, and so on. So they're not easy, even when you know exactly what you're doing, or supposedly know what you're doing.
Right. Right.
You know, they do take a bit of working out, and it's not an exact science. You know, and everything else that you got, you know, high cloud running through, for atmospherics, jet streams, all of these different things, they all jump in there and they all play around with this. So measurements are never exact when you've got all of this going on.
That's true. You know, as manufacturers, and not only us, but as a manufacturer, but all telescope manufacturers get asked questions about their equipment, like, you know, what's the periodic error correction of the mount. They seem to only focus on periodic error when there's, you know, many orders of error that, you know, no one ever asks, is there any tooth-to-tooth gear error on the mounts, you know, which of course there is, right? And so, you know, they questions about backspacing, you know, backspace distance. What is the, you know, what is the, you know, correction level? What is the, you know, many of these things, and I think that many people entering into the hobby think that every one of them is going to be nailed down to the exact millimeter. But that's not true. That's not true. They're, as Jerry said, they're handmade instruments. Every one of
Yeah, and
them.
you have to balance all the error terms also. That's a big thing in engineering. You don't want to focus on one error and then you leave something else that's really causing the bulk of your problem to just leave it go, you know. Beginners also don't understand how important focus is in terms of as long as your tracking is. Your tracking can cause blurry images, but so can your focusing.
Yeah.
If you don't have a precise focuser, then you're SOL basically.
Right.
The only way I got good at solar was the rule book out the window. Everybody was saying, no, you can't do this, you can't do that. This won't work with this, that won't work with that. And it's just like, ignore it and start working on your own thing. Because nowadays there are a lot more variables in the equipment. And, you know, as Richard was saying now, you know, putting in things, and they've got different space for this and a different measurement for that, and so on. So there's a lot more variables right the way through the imaging and training now. But yeah, one of your key things is a good focuser. And if you haven't got a good focuser, give up. Yeah, because you're really on a real back step there. And the other thing is bearing in mind, checking your focus throughout your imaging run. You know, there's nothing worse than getting in the morning and the temperature's changed, you know, by 10 degrees and put the focus out. And it doesn't take that amount of focus is a fraction of a turn. But in an image, your stars are all out, you know, you can see halos around them, you can see all sorts of other problems. So your first set of images when you first started the run are very, very good. And I always say to people, when you move to your next target, recheck your focus. Yeah, it's so important with this equipment now.
Right.
Certainly is here anyway. We get anything up to a 15-degree temperature change of a night. So you need to be on top of the focus. Really good.
All right, let me share my screen real quick, and I'll show you. I've been on Mars because the clouds have been coming in and out, but I wanted to show you real quick what the sky does. And the seeing's getting worse, and this is what the smearing you get with the high clouds. You can see in the shutter or through the slit of the observatory, you see those clouds coming in and out. But this is kind of what you get that you have to deal with, and so there's the best equipment in the world. You still have to deal with what the reality of the image that you get based on the sky. And this is what you call seeing limited observing. This is what you get. And so it's good to have good equipment, the best you can get and afford, but you got to take into account your location also. And, you know, you can spend a ton of money on equipment and it only be good maybe one day out of the year to use the maximum performance of the equipment. And you're
Right.
limited otherwise by your conditions. So that's something always to keep in mind when you're buying equipment. Where are you going to locate that equipment to observe?
It's one of the reasons why SCTs in the UK have certainly gone downhill, because the weather over the last 4 or 5 years has gone downhill.
You see, Mars went away there because of the clouds.
Yeah.
There's a couple of comments here and a question, or a comment and a question. Andrew Corkill is saying he's a visual astronomer. He says focus is so important for close double stars. Also, the dampening time on the mount is important. Jim Norwood has a question. He says, do any of you use the Batnoff mask for focusing, or do you just eyeball it?
Yep. Yeah, you use them all the time.
You use the Batnoff mask?
It does depend on the system and how lazy I am. If I've got a filter wheel on there and I'm imaging mono, then I have a tendency to do it on the screen. Some of the software I use that has focusing aids in it, so I will use that. But if my first initial setup, I would normally run off of a mask. Yeah, and that's normally fine.
Yeah, right. In the observatory, I just use the focusing tool with the camera and do measurements to do the best focus with the autofocus system we have on Maxim DL.
Sure. Okay. All right. So who else do we have here? What do you think about, let's bring on Rodrigo. Rodrigo is in La Serena, Chile. And
That's good.
yeah, and
That's where I went for the solar eclipse.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
He is the owner of North Optics, the only telescope retailer in that area. So
That's good. Tonight is clear sky, La Serena. For a few minutes ago it's cloudy. Now it's clear sky.
Oh, great.
I take the picture for the Magallanes Clouds. It's another sector of the Magallanes Clouds. It's a group of nebula. And I share my screen.
Oh, so this is a live image, right?
This is, do you see my screen now?
It's coming up.
Okay.
It's coming up.
Do you see?
Yes, we see it.
This area is in the Magallanes Cloud. The large Magallanes Cloud is many nebula for H alpha.
Wow,
awesome.
This picture is with the 4-inch Apple with focal reducer for my for more field view. And if you,
so this is an image you just made tonight, correct?
Tonight, now.
Wow, now live.
Yes, it's one line of 10 minutes.
Okay, so I will tell you, Rodrigo, this is the first time we've seen the Magellanic Cloud live from the Southern Hemisphere. So this is really cool. Thank you.
Yes, this is this another picture. This is the Tarantula Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
With my.
Isn't that cool?
Yes.
Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
Yes.
When I was down there, it was coming up like at 4 a.m, so I didn't get to image it. But I did get to look at it through a big giant Dobsonian, and wow, it was something else.
It's incredible nebula. It's great. It's bigger nebula. I took this picture last weekend with RC telescope for a more focal.
It's beautiful.
And the last image is the Orion Nebula. It's
Oh yeah.
The classic photo for the Orion Nebula.
Right.
With the running man. And I share with you my screen with the telescope.
Sure.
This is the software for capturing for imaging. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Yes. This is the picture is one line of 10 minutes with the QHI 294 camera.
Nice. Do you have a light pollution filter on there, or no?
Yes, I put the pollution filter. Is a dual narrow band for only the oxygen and H alpha.
One of those like dual band for color cameras, one of those dual band filters.
Ellen Hart.
Yes, it's like to the L Extreme.
L Extreme, yeah.
Is dual narrow band.
Yeah. I want one of those.
Yeah.
With the color camera, this filter is great.
Yeah, I want one for I have a 294 as well, and San Francisco is pretty light polluted, so I would love to have one of those.
Right.
Yes, the dual narrow band is little band for 7 nanometers. Is very narrow band.
Awesome.
Okay, this is my.
Wow, it was awesome. It was awesome. Thank you. It was great to see some live images from the Southern Hemisphere. So thank you very much, Rodrigo.
That's good.
Yeah, good night. Good night. Thank you. Okay. So let's go back to our group here. Oh, we got Cesar Brolo here. Cesar, I know that you had a long day at the office.
Absolutely, yes. A busy day. Yes.
Cesar runs the astronomy business at Optica Sirocco in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and so it's great to see you today. How is everything down there today?
Fine, and we are preparing a lot of different things for the eclipse in Argentina. We are preparing the trip, preparing the equipment. We are manufacturing solar shades and filters, and we are distributing. Today we have the typical troubles, and every day is a challenge when we prepare a lot of things. And I have really a huge work, a lot of work for the next week.
Yeah.
We are going with my family and a lot of people from Buenos Aires to province of Rio Negro. We are going to Las Grutas. We are working in the place to have the place is Valcheta finally, and we are working because a lot in for equipment, transmission. A lot of I was working in giving support to the local TV in Rio Negro, preparing filters. Tomorrow I have a lot of work preparing filters, and of course everything now. Next 3 weeks are going talking about only eclipse, and when the people every time know more about the eclipse, because in the media, all people talking about the COVID-19, but in the media, every hour every hour is the people talk about exists an eclipse. When? I said yes, and where? And this is exactly the things of how we need to prepare a lot of work for this. Well, of course, that really we are happy to be a part of this event. Unfortunately, really, we missed the possibility to receive a lot of friends like you from everywhere. It's really sad, but well, we try to share uh, in the best way as possible with everyone a live image or something, of course.
Right.
And well, this is this was my day was really busy.
This is too busy for you today. Yeah, and it's
Yes,
probably going to get crazier and crazier as you get closer to the eclipse.
yes, absolutely,
Right?
yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
2017 eclipse up here, and myself and of course Jerry remembers all the mayhem that was going on at that time, and but
Oh yeah, it
all of
was.
us,
the
all of
deliver
us
solar
spent
shade from everyone. Yes, I remember. Yes, the craziness. Yes,
it's crazy.
The eclipse,
yes,
the
I
eclipse
remember.
glasses fiasco, the eclipse glass fiasco.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Right.
You dream with solar shades in the night. Uh, I say solar shades today or solar googles. I don't know with the name in English, but you dream in the night when you go to sleep. You continue to see the solar shade filters. Yeah,
Yes,
come on.
that's right.
Yes, just I received for the manufacturer the part of the part that's made in Qatar. They say, okay, they needed some technical parts or more film. Yes, but here is a 1 a.m. I receive calling from the people that say, yes, okay, we need more film or we need more, I don't know. Yeah,
Right.
a
You're,
craziness.
you're manufacturing eclipse glasses down there.
Yes, yes,
Right.
we manufactured last year in San Juan Eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we import from a very good quality film manufacturer or distributor. I don't know if really he's a manufacturer, but we try. We made the same test because the ISO um, 12312 um, dot two is a number of
Right.
ASO specification because it's a really safe film because you have a very good filter for ultraviolet and infrared um, light waves, sorry, and in the in the ER part of the spectrum is safe for the sensors of cameras, and of course for ultraviolet is safe for your eyes. And me, like the first thing that like we are an opticians and really we need to offer something safe for the people, and we are
Right.
telling all time about how the people need to see in a safe, need to watch in a safe way uh, to the sun with the proper filters.
Right. Right. Well, it's important that they are getting their eclipse glasses from a reputable supplier such as yourself, and because many people want to see the partial phases of the eclipse, Of course, when you get to totality, you can take the eclipse glasses off
Of
because
course.
the moon is completely covering
Oh my God.
the sun. So there's situations where people, who are new to this will go out to with a group or whatever and leave the eclipse glasses on the entire time, and they miss
Yes,
totality.
yes, absolutely. We have last year
Oh my God.
in the observation point that we was more than 5,000 people only
Yeah.
in this point, and of course that a woman in a scenery with a microphone, she was very smart to talk with the people. Okay, glasses out when the totality was complete, and
Okay.
the people say, "Wow!"
Right.
But anybody,
But if you don't tell them,
Serena,
if you
yes,
don't tell them to take it off, then they just
yes,
miss
no,
it.
no, yes, keep their yes. Was very famous. Keep your glasses. Keep your glasses. Okay, keep out. Yes, it's okay. It's safe now. But this was excellent because you can saw 5,000 people making the same at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cool.
this was amazing. It was like a Lollapalooza rock festival or something because
Oh,
it was
right. That's
oh
right.
my God.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. But a total
But
eclipse, it'll affect you in a way that really will change your life. If you can see this
absolutely.
incredible spectacle, a partial phase eclipse is interesting to
Yes.
anybody, but when you see totality,
Yes,
that
it's
will
after and before.
that goes all the way down. You can feel it in your heart, your stomach, your brain.
Absolutely, Scott.
Yes.
Absolutely. I remember that last year was my first total eclipses. I I took only 2 pictures with my cell phone because I was so astonished, so impressive with
Amazed. Yeah.
this.
Right.
Yes, of course I work a lot in the organization, you know that. But when I start to see this, to watch
Yes.
it's a craziness, and you understand why the people kill themselves in the ancient times,
Oh my God.
and you say, "Come on! If you don't have an explanation of this, you
Right.
think that you are watching a hole in the sky."
Yeah. Yeah. You think it's the end of the world, right?
Of course, come
Right.
on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Now I understand because they say, no, the people of asking people to, Egyptian, or I say, no, that was crazy. No,
Right.
was there was a completely reason about to think that was a terrible event. They
Hmm.
don't have the information that we have today. And they say, okay, it's the end. Okay, we need to kill anybody, everybody.
You can kill everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so unreal. It feels it would, if you had no idea what it was, it would seem like the world is ending, the gods are coming down for you,
Sure. Yes.
The
Yes.
first time I saw one, Molly, I was on Mauna Kea, and I was filming it for. There's a science program called Nova, television program, and I was part of the Nova
grew up
film
on
crew
that.
for that. And so I had, of course, seen thousands of pictures and was, I thought I was going to be prepared for this. You can't be
Absolutely.
prepared for this.
No, no.
The actual spectacle is so mind blowing. Professional astronomers are running out of the observatories, and their jaws are just like dropped.
Oh, yes.
Looking at this, and
Sure.
even myself, I had 3 motion picture cameras running. I have a camera behind my head and everything, and it was all I could do just to maintain. It was absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing. I have my personal video of the moment last year where
Yeah.
I told many very, very explicit words.
Right.
Explicit, like, well, I can repeat this Spanish or no. I say, come on, how I tell this because I say, well, you know,
Yeah.
because it was so big the sensation that is more that of course that we have the information, we explain to everyone, oh yes, it's the moon, it's the totality, you know, you can see the crown, but when you are in the place, it's the same when the people watch the northern lights, or there are, this is the type of things that are amazing. We feel really small in these times.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, after I had my whole sequence automated when, like, for the first one I went to in 2017, and I was kind of wandering around afterwards, kind of unsure what to do with my hands, you know, just unsure like what to do. And I didn't put the solar cover back on my telescope for like a minute after totality, but luckily my camera sensor did not fry or anything. It was a very small telescope.
Right.
Yeah.
So what, Molly, what was your feeling like when you saw, was this your first eclipse, or you've
The
done
2017 one was my first one, and then I got to do the 2019 one in Chile as well.
Right. So how about your first one? What was your impression?
It was so unreal. It was so like alien, and yet natural at the same time. I remember writing down afterwards. It was cold. Like the air temperature dropped like 30 degrees. I was in Wyoming, so the temperature.
Were you in Casper during that time?
Yeah, I was in Casper. Yeah.
Okay, I was there too. So
yeah,
I remember.
I went out for Alcon out there and kind of combined the trip. But yeah, it was there were two totally different experiences, because the one in 2017, I was there for Alcon, and I was with a group of other astronomers, and during the eclipse it was silent. Everybody was just observing and like taking in the moment or clicking away their cameras, and it was just silence. But when I was at the one in Chile, I was with a group of people who were not astronomers, never seen an eclipse before. I was doing a lot of outreach in Spanish, like explaining what was going to happen and stuff like that. You know, Google Translate words like shadow and umbra and words I didn't know offhand. Yeah, and that time, you know, I was counting down for people using the eclipse timer that I had on my phone, and I was saying it out loud. And the last like 10 seconds, I was trying to shout out the time, but the whole crowd was just yelling and shouting and going crazy, like in the final 10 seconds, and completely different experience. And for the first one, because I had everything fully automated, I was just running the one camera. It felt like it went on for a long time. But this one, I had my rig was automated, but I was doing some handheld shots as well. And as a result of that one felt like it was only like 10 seconds long.
Yeah, it goes by like that.
Same length. Yeah, totally different experience. And getting to share it with people who were not astronomers was actually amazing. And seeing people with like headphones and smoking, kind of zenning, or like people who are just like losing their minds. Like it was the whole range of people. It was so awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah, we are a little crazy in South America.
Yeah.
Yes. Normally in the beach, when in the set of the sun, normally we clap. Come on. If you have an eclipse, you turn completely crazy. The people here, and well, Chile is the same. It's totally, yes, effusive. You know.
Aaron Thompson says the last eclipse that happened at my home, I realized it too late, and all the glasses I could find were sold out or would not arrive in time. So I made a pinhole projector from a cereal box, which totally works for looking at partial phases, right?
And my parents did that for the partial phases that they were getting up in Washington State.
Yeah. Aaron observed, he said, even the birds went quiet, you know, which that's the other thing that can happen. I had friends that were on a for that eclipse that went over Mauna Kea and Baja California back in the 90s. I had a friend that was on a cruise ship, and during totality, what happened is big schools of dolphins just started bursting out of the
Wow.
water,
What?
like in celebration.
That's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? You know, that they would
Wow.
somehow know that. So,
That's
um,
crazy.
yeah, yeah. I don't know if it was just the change in lighting or what they sensed, but it's like they're pretty smart animals. So, I'm very interested to know if they somehow knew. But
On the topic of people knowing, Chile made extra sure that every single person in the entire country knew that there was going to be a solar eclipse. I mean, it was all over the media. It was all they talked about. There was signs, like all the the city banners and everything was about the eclipse, down to like the trash cans had been painted to advertise the eclipse. The trash cans,
right, right.
all around.
They're
Not just
into
in
it when
Las
trash
Arenas,
cans get
but
painted.
like all the way through the Elqui Valley and like just everywhere.
That's true.
When I was coming through customs, my bag with all my astro gear was just like an X-ray black hole. So they had me open it up, and I was like explaining in Spanish, like, "Oh, the eclipse," and they're like, "Oh yeah." Everybody's coming in with their equipment. Get out of here, you know.
Right. Gary, when was the first time you saw a total eclipse?
I haven't.
You haven't? Oh,
I haven't. No.
Oh my God.
I was going to go.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. You have to.
I've done plenty of partials, and some of those have been almost total. But I was going to go out to the US on the last one, and it just all got too late, and I looked at it, and it was all going too mad, and I just went, I'd do it another time.
Oh my goodness. Someone needs to sponsor you to go to an eclipse.
Yeah. So probably going to be looking at the next big one in the US.
2024, April 8th.
Yeah, hopefully.
An annular in 2023, and then there's one in 2024. There's actually a place in Texas where both eclipses go across this same point. So
I'm planning on going to Texas for 2024. I'm not going to mess around with skies in other states.
No.
So I went to Wyoming because I was in Ohio at the time, and I was like, I'm not going to mess around with clouds in Kentucky or Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Steve Edmondson is watching right now. He says, I've done two total solar eclipses so far. The first one in 1999 in the English Channel. I had tears in my eyes. I blubbed like a baby. So the second, I took images auto while I watched. That would be the best combination if you could have your camera running automatically while you watch it, because if you're like totally focused on your camera gear, you're going to really miss something very, very special. Okay. By the same token, you don't want to just watch it and not image it, right?
Yeah. I spent months perfecting my sequence in Backyard Nikon. I practiced with the eclipse timer. I practiced with like different cables and seeing like what was going to affect what. Like I spent months preparing for fully automating my rig, and it went off like perfectly. It helped that there was sunspots on the sun for 2017, so focusing was much easier. And then the one in 2019 was almost the same length, so I actually was able to reuse the same sequence with a few modifications, which was really nice. I only had to spend like a week on that one.
Now, Rodrigo, you saw the one in last year, correct, in La Serena? Rodrigo?
He's getting himself unmuted, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's imaging.
Laptop is freezing.
Yeah. How did you feel about the total eclipse last year? Was that your first total eclipse experience? Was last year the first time you saw a total eclipse?
I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen too.
Yes.
Well, when he comes back.
When he comes back, he'll say what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have to run mine remote because as soon as it went to totality, everybody would be asking me questions on how to actually image it. Yeah, the equipment's not working.
Right.
All of those sorts of things. So I'd either have to be in an area where there's sound, yeah, or run the system remote.
Right. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a surprise to me, Gary. I thought, oh yeah, I've seen 5 total eclipses or whatever.
The ones over here, which were quite a few years back, they were sort of clouded out, and there were areas that did see it. And that's been pretty much the same with the Venus transits. The last Venus transit, I travelled about 400 miles. It was the one point that I worked out where it would be clear, and it cleared 20 minutes after it finished transit in the sun.
Oh no!
It was the first place to
clear.
Yeah, but it was 20 minutes too late. And that's just life. We're doing this. You know, you take the chance, and you know, wherever you travel, that might happen.
That's right. That's right.
I did catch the second half of the Mercury transit after sunrise back in last November. Oh my gosh, that was a year ago already.
I missed that one.
Yeah, I just got that. That was a real tight one. That was literally clouds right the way through, and there was just a 5-minute gap. And I actually left it running on video in the end, just to see whether we would catch it, and we did get it. But the one before that, a couple of years back, that was brilliant. Had that right the way through the day. But again, had to travel for that. You could tell there was going to be clouds in for the day here. Travelled sort of a couple of 100 miles, and yeah, had a fantastic day imaging that.
Right. Rodrigo, we were trying to ask you how you felt about the total eclipse last year. Was it your first time to see a total eclipse?
It's my first time in total eclipse.
And what was your feeling? What was your impression?
Amazing! It's complete amazing experience, great experience, and this in this occasion I go to the Condoriaco in the mountains with a lot of friends for amateur astronomer of Chile, about 25 amateur astronomer for 5 days. Yes.
Oh, wow.
In the camp in the mountains between the Tololo and La Silla, and I'm seeing the center sun is a great experience with the five nights observation, astrophotography, and the end, the eclipse is very, very special.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, it is.
for the next eclipse in the United States, I will go to this eclipse. I travel with the United States. This eclipse in December in Chile is very complicated for the COVID in Chile.
That's true. That's very true.
Yes.
Yeah, by that time, we should have certainly have everything under control. So I think that I've been really paying attention to the vaccination possibilities and stuff like that, and that's looking very, very promising so far. So.
I certainly hope by 2024 we've got it under control. Oh my goodness.
Maybe we'll just take the chance anyways and go. So I don't know.
At that point, yeah.
Screw it. I'm going. Yeah.
Oh no.
Right. Richard, have you seen any of the eclipses? Did you see the 2017 eclipse, for example?
Nope.
No, not yet. Okay. Well, it's something you got to. This is definitely. They say there are bucket list things that you got to do.
Absolutely.
This is something you got to do. It's for sure. It's for sure. It will. It is just beyond amazing. It's indescribable when you see it. I think it affects everybody differently. When I saw my first total eclipse, literally I got this feeling of impending doom. Okay, like really, I could understand how early humans could have thought, this is it. This is something's very, very wrong, okay, right now. And the feeling I got, Molly, I'm sure you've seen The Wizard of Oz, you know, when I was a child and I saw The Wizard of Oz and the Great Oz came out and there was all these flames and stuff everywhere. That was my feeling, okay? It was scary, actually, because in that, I think it was a 1991 eclipse, we had 4 minutes of totality from Mauna Kea. Baja California had 7 minutes of totality, which was incredible, and it was during solar maximum. And so there were these huge prominences coming off the sun. You could see them naked eye. It was incredible, you know, and so I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. Deep T, if you haven't seen a total eclipse, make sure you do, you know, make sure you do, you know.
Yeah.
Right. Well, goodness. I don't know if there's anything else anyone would like to share. If you have, Rodrigo, do you have another image you'd like to share at this point, or?
No, it's good now. No, I take the picture for the Horse Nebula. Then in the next star party, I see this picture. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anything else you'd like to share, Gary?
No, I'm fine. I didn't know whether Molly wanted to run through her processing that she put up. That would be quite interesting to see.
All right.
I can do that. You know, not an exhaustive tutorial or anything, but if there's interest in kind of seeing
absolutely
what workflow looks like.
Absolutely.
Sure. So I just yesterday, I finished it yesterday. Finished processing NGC 1333, which is a dusty reflection nebula with a couple of hydrogen spots in it up in Perseus. So I can run through that. And it's an interesting one to show because it's not it's a very difficult target to get from light pollution. And I really wasn't sure what was going to come out of it because my subs were pretty bad. So I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Share this one. All right, so here's the completed image. Not my favorite of the images I have, but I think it makes it an interesting one to process because it is not really ideal data. So I kind of have to do some stuff to it to, to make it work. So let me start by showing what one of the subframes looked like for reference, and I'm gonna debayer it real quick because so this is done with my ZWO 294 MC Pro.
Okay.
So it's a color one-shot camera from ZWO, and this is on my Takahashi refractor from my backyard in the East Bay area. So we're in Bortle 7 here, and this is what a single 5-minute subframe looks like with a light pollution filter. In particular, it's the Astronomic CLS CCD.
Okay.
So as you can see, I can kind of see some of the stars in there, a little bit of nebulosity, and not really much else. But processing is magical, and out of that comes goodness. So I'm not going to show every single step because we'll be on here all night if I do that. But basically, the first thing I do, well, the very first thing I do is I use the Blink script, or sorry, the Blink process to flip through all of the images and delete the ones that had bad tracking or clouds rolled through or had any other issues. So I blink through all of those, and then I calibrate them using the image calibration process, and I apply a dark and a flat. Now, this image was taken over time span of September 23rd to November 14th. So I've got several sets of flats that I have to apply because I swapped cameras back and forth for doing virtual star party streaming and stuff like that. I've had to move things around, and every time you, even if I thread it back on, it's never going to thread back on in exactly the same spot. So, there'll be a slight rotation, so I got to retake my flats every time I take the camera on and off.
Oh wow!
So I have a different set of flats for multiple different dates, you can see it's these ones here. And then I've had to boost my flats. I take them at about where I have the histogram peak about halfway up, but it's overcorrecting. So I actually use pixel math and bump up the just every pixel in the image by 0.15. Well, 0.15 for my color camera, 0.43 for my monochrome is kind of the magic numbers I've settled on to get my flats to actually correct properly. This is a recent discovery. I've been having issues with flats for months, and glad to have finally figured out how to fix it.
Wow. So how did you, was that a tip from another astrophotographer, or
I was
something
Googling
you
the
arrived at?
problem and came across a solution on one of the forums. I can't remember which forum in particular, but somebody mentioned trying to adding an offset to their image, and that actually worked for me. And actually, I happened to have the same exact offset value work for me as did the person on the forums. So
Oh, that's interesting.
that was very interesting. So I calibrate all the lights with master dark that matches their temperature and exposure time, and the flat for each set of dates. After that, I go into subframe selector. I should open the one that held. And this is what I use to kind of further cull the list of images. So I had like 165 after I went through and blinked through them. And then at this point is where I'm gonna make an even stiffer cut. So I put in my subframe scale and my gain, which for this camera is 0.111. That's a manufacturer. Actually, no, I think I measured that one. There's a script in PixInsight called, let's see, it's under instrumentation. No, it's under, I can't remember which one of these it's under, but there's a script in here that will measure your image statistics and tell you what your gain and stuff is, which is really helpful.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so I put in those values, I let it run, and then I put in a formula that I got on light vortex astronomy. It's a really long formula for weighting. And basically what this long looking formula is doing is it's prioritizing images that have better full width half maxes, better eccentricities, and better signal to noise ratios. So that they each have a weighting value, so that when I go to stack them, the better images get higher priority in the stacking math than the lower images. And then looking at the eccentricity and the full width half max, I usually put in some cuts. The one I used for this one was an eccentricity of less than 0.6 and a full width half max less than 8. And that cuts out all the frames that don't meet those criteria. This is really kind of wishy-washy. I just kind of, I have some ideas of what values tend to work well, at least for the eccentricity. The full width half max changes based on your imaging system. But yes, I made the cut, and that left me with 88 frames at the end of the day. Then I debayer those because so these are monochrome, or sorry, they're color images, but in their raw format, they're still black and white. So like you can see each of the pixels here, kind of the red, green, blue Bayer pattern, and debayering them turns this back into a color image. Next, I do registration, which is the star alignment procedure. Back in subframe selector, I look for which frame had the highest score, and I use that as the reference image. It's not required, but it gives you a higher chance for success in registration when you have stars that are really good, and your SNR, signal to noise ratio, is good. So I just always do that. And star alignment lines up all the frames, make sure that they're all in the exact same spot, because there's, I dither so that I can shift the hot pixels around, and there's little rotations and there's just little movements because my mount doesn't track that great, and this lines it all up. Finally, I stack using image integration, and according to Light Vortex Astronomy site, they recommend using linear fit clipping if you have more than 20 frames, Windsorized sigma clipping if you have between 10 and 20, and sigma clipping if you have fewer than 10. And what this is doing, this is a rejection algorithm. So if you have satellites or airplane streaks or cosmic rays in your images, which you undoubtedly will, then the rejection algorithm basically uses statistics to remove those signals from your image. So if you have images with satellite streaks, you can totally stack those and just use a rejection algorithm. And they won't show up in your image unless you only have a couple of frames, and the statistics aren't good enough. So I stack it, and I end up with, sorry, I'm running two screens over here. I end up with this guy. So this is the stacked image. Now when it first comes out, it's going to look more like this, and then you have to apply a screen stretch so that you can actually see what's going on until you actually stretch the data later on in a later step. So you can see like colors are definitely not right. A ton of background light because the light pollution here is really bad. So the first thing I do is I crop it. I'm going to use a crop that I already saved out using the dynamic crop process. So I can cut out all the areas that don't line up. Hit go on that. Close that out. Now, there's a few processes in PixInsight that make it worth every dang penny. And it's $272 US right now with the exchange rate on the euro. It's 230 euro. And some processes in here are worth every penny, and one of those is dynamic background extraction. I'm going to open up one that I already did just to save some time. Whoops, I already had that open. So some people use automatic background extraction, and I haven't had as much success with that. It tends to do it tends to not work very well for me. So I do dynamic background extraction, and these are the settings I usually use as far as like the radius of the sample points and how many samples. Well, the samples per row is going to change depending on how big the image is, but some people use fewer, some people use more. It kind of depends on your imaging conditions and your camera and your taste and stuff like that. The important thing is to go through and look at every single one of your test points to make sure that none of them are sitting on top of stars or on top of nebulosity. To make sure they're not on top of nebulosity, you kind of have to go look at other images and guess where it might be, or just do it anyway. You can kind of see here, like, so the image in this little square is an inverted image of what is inside that sample point so that you can make sure that you're not on a star. So star looks like this. I'm going to move the point off of there. Once I've got all the points adjusted, I go through and I tend to leave the tolerance and relaxation and smoothing factor at their default settings. The PixInsight developers do a really good job of figuring out what good default settings are, and you oftentimes don't need to change them that much. Now, depending on what you want to do, you can change them for doing some specific things like comment processing and stuff like that. But sometimes I'll lower the tolerance, but the background is so high in here that it ended up just making it a mess. So I just left it at 1.5. So I apply that. And it gives you, I'll also know I use subtraction. There's a big debate as to whether subtraction or division is better. Both work. I haven't really noticed a difference between the two of them. So I use subtraction pre-stretch. And if I have to do it again post-stretch, then I use division. But everybody will tell you a different answer on that one. So I stretched the background. Here's what it looks like. It's sucked out a lot of that background light pollution. And here's what the background subtracted image looks like.
Oh, wow.
Now, as you can see, it also does some color correction in that step as a kind of happenstance of subtracting that background. And you can see that it's noisy, and that's because we've subtracted enough of the background that we've hit the noise floor on here with as low as I can get with all the light pollution I have. So, but don't worry, we're gonna take care of that. And you can see I didn't have a complete set of flats. There was a couple of nights that I didn't have a set for. So I still have some dust spots in there I'm going to have to deal with later. But yeah, so this is the background subtracted image. I can close out my others and close these. All right. So the next thing I do at this point is I do, you can denoise before stretching and denoise after stretching. In this case, I had to do some of both because it's a very noisy image, but I always do the pre-stretch denoising. So for that, I make a luminance mask first to protect the bright areas. Because you can see in the bright areas, it's not as noisy. And you want to be able to maintain that detail. Because anytime you denoise, you're really just blurring the image to kind of cover up the noise. And if you don't apply a luminance or like a brightness mask, then you'll also blur the areas of your image that you want to have.
Mm-hmm.
So I use the extract luminance button here and get the luminance. Now, masks only work if they're stretched, if they're nonlinear, pretty much in every instance that I can think of. And there's a quick and dirty way to stretch it is if you open screen transfer function and you click the little radioactive button to do the auto stretch, you can click and drag a new instance of screen transfer function into the bottom bar of histogram transformation. And that takes the stretch that screen transfer function estimated and applies it to, after I hit apply, it will make it a permanent stretch on the image. So I'm gonna reset the screen stretch, take that away, and then hit apply on the histogram transformation, which permanently stretches it. And then I reset that, and then I like to clip the blacks for my luminance frame because I want all the dark areas to be denoised. So I go ahead and just kind of clip the black areas there using the clip black point button here, or clip shadows. Okay, minimize that. And I've made the mask menu a little icon menu here. If you haven't done that yet, it's under mask, select mask. I'm going to select that extracted luminance frame and I'm going to invert it. So all the red areas are protected and the less red areas are what's going to be attacked by whatever process I'm going to do next, which is going to be the denoising. I'm gonna hide the mask so that I can see what's going on here, but you know that it has a mask on it when this bar is orange over here. All right, so the parameters I put, so multi-scale linear transform is a really fascinating process that can both denoise and sharpen depending on what you put into it. If you've ever done any planetary processing and have done wavelet deconvolution and registacks, it's really a lot like that. You've got layers, you've got amounts that you're doing those layers, and in this case, we're blurring instead of sharpening. This particular set of values I pulled straight from light vortex astronomy tutorials recommendation. It works really well for me. So you can get these exact values on their website if you're having a hard time seeing them here on the video. So I'm just gonna zoom in on this image so you can see what happens after the denoising is applied. Now I have a home-built computer, so processes run pretty quick on this beefcake PC that I've got here. I've got 32 gigs of RAM. I've got like a 16-core processor. It's pretty awesome. So, so it runs pretty quick. So you can see here, I'll kind of blink back and forth. So
big time.
You can see the huge difference that the denoising has made, while not blurring the actual nebula portion because we've protected it with the mask. All right, so I'm going to remove the mask now, and not going to need that particular one anymore. So back out. Now, my other favorite algorithm in PixInsight is this incredible tool called photometric color calibration. Now, instead of just looking at the image and estimating what the right color balance should be, which programs like Photoshop tend to get wrong for astronomical images, photometric color calibration plate solves the image and then looks for a G2V or a sun type star in the frame and uses that as the white reference so that the colors are natural, and it works every time. So I'm going to put in my focal length and my pixel size so that it can plate solve it correctly. And you can just do a catalog search for your target and it will grab the coordinates for you. You don't have to type those in. I don't really put in the observation date because this is a target that's not moving very fast in the sky. I leave everything else at its defaults and I hit apply. This one takes a little bit longer depending on how easy your plate solve is. I should have just pulled up the finished one. Oh well.
So this is the script running for all the processing.
Yeah. All right. So now it's done. It's showing you these are basically like the color plots that do Sloan R minus V, R minus G, B minus V, B minus G. These are like, I can't, oh, what's the term for that? It's a specific type of graph of the stars in the image that show basically the colors of those stars that astronomers use all the time. I do have to reapply the screen transfer function. What I'm going to do real quick actually is in screen transfer function, I have the link button unclicked because let's see. Well, the image coming raw out of the stack will be very green usually for color cameras, because there's 2 green pixels for every red and blue pixel.
I see.
So if I leave the channels linked, you can see that this whole thing is green and you can't see anything.
Right.
And a lot of this gets fixed in dynamic background extraction. But if I unlink the channels, then it kind of gives its best guess for what the white balance should be. So that's why you don't really see a lot of difference between applying the color correction and not applying it, is because I've been showing it in an estimated color correction way, even though the data wasn't actually corrected that way. But now it is. So now when you stretch, your histogram, your red, green, and blue will be sitting right on top of each other and will look good. Of course, as you can see, it did subtract out a little more background, and it's noisy again, but we will deal with that during stretching, because now like the background has been brought up super high in relation. The auto stretch is basically overstretching it. So the final image, when you actually stretch it by hand, is not going to be this bad. So you kind of have to have faith in that. Like, don't try and make the image pretty too early in your process, because you're going to lose data. It's okay for it to be ugly up until the very end. It's an important lesson in astrophotography processing. So it's ugly now.
And in life.
Persevere. We're getting there.
Yeah.
All right. Sometimes for some images, I do apply deconvolution. I didn't for this one because looking at the noise level and looking at the nebula here, I didn't think it was going to do much good. I thought it was going to do more harm than good. So I didn't deconvolve this one. So I'm going to skip that. It is time to stretch. So I recently learned a little bit how to use arc cinch stretch, but I don't use it to do the whole stretch. I only use it a little bit. Let's see, where did I haven't even made a process icon for it. That's how lately I've learned it. So my friend Terry Robeson, who was teaching me about this, he says he likes to put the stretch factor up at about 3, 4, 5-ish, doesn't set the black point, and then protects the highlights and uses the RGB working space, and just applies it a couple of times. This really helps to maintain star color when you stretch, because I was losing a lot of star color when I was stretching previously, and the using a couple, I hit the apply button 3 times here, and just a couple applications of arc cinch stretch can help maintain that star color. So after that, I'm going to go into histogram transformation. And by the way, all the processes are in alphabetical order under the All Processes tab. I keep them over here on the side because I have all the particular settings I have all set up. And then you can save out your whole workspace so that I use this same set of icons every time that have all the settings I like. So you can see our histogram is still very narrow. And we do have quite a bit of space between the left end, the foot of the histogram, and the black point of the histogram scale. So we have a lot of room to stretch here to work with. So I'm going to move up the black point, not all the way yet. I don't want to cut off data that might be lurking there. And then move the gray point. Never move the white point. Never move this guy, because you're going to clip your stars and the other brighter parts of your image. Now, this is best done in multiple steps, as is a lot of things in processing. So I applied that. I'm going to do another adjustment here, apply it. You got to remember to reset every time in PixInsight, because changes are cumulative, unlike in Photoshop. So I'm just going to do this a bunch of times. And you can see it's starting to pop out there, but the noise is still pretty buried, which is what we want. You can see the histogram peak is widening now, taking up more of the available space, which is why we can actually see it now. Yeah, and I'm going to call that good and do the rest of it in curves transformation. All right, so now we have a stretched image. It's no longer linear, it is now non-linear. All right, so at this point, it's all prettification. Depending on what the image looks like, I'll do different things. Let's see, what did I do next at this point when I was processing this originally? I went into curves. I keep a text file with each image that has the dates, the gear I used, how many frames, what I used to process, and then kind of a list of all the processing steps I did to it, so that when I go back later, I can see what I did and what equipment I used and stuff like that. Highly, highly, highly recommend keeping something like this with each one of your data sets. It's been invaluable as I've gotten a large enough collection of data that I can't remember what was what anymore. Yeah, okay, so curves transformation is just like the curves tool in Photoshop, if you're more familiar with that, although it has more options. Just like in Photoshop, you can tweak red, green, blue separately from just the overall RGB. But you can also tweak luminance. You can tweak the A and B components, which is basically, it's like color temperature is in Photoshop, and C as well, which my friend Terry explained to me and I've already forgotten. And then saturation is here as well. You can tweak your saturation in a curves type way, which is really, really nice. If you hit this little open circle button, it opens up a live preview so that you can make your adjustments and be able to see what they're going to do to the image. So usually I make a nice little S shape. Now I want to desaturate the background a bit because I've got a lot of color noise in the background here. So I'm going to use a range mask. So I use a process called range selection. And I hit the live preview button. And I'm basically making a mask that's going to have just like the nebula and the stars. And I've got this fuzziness and smoothness parameter set here. These are not the default values, but so that it's not like really hard cutoffs. Okay, so I've got my range mask. I'm going to apply that and look at it, make sure I did it right. I'm actually going to invert that because I want to attack the background and protect my nebula and my stars. So yeah, so I go back in here to curves. I've got the mask applied and I'm going to desaturate that background. Oh, that's better. Yeah, and then yeah, just kind of prettification steps from here. I use clone stamp to get rid of these dust bunnies here. Another one I really like is HDR multi-scale transform, which basically is contrast enhancement. Apply that little guy there. I did also, another thing I did here, I haven't done it yet with this one, but what I did do was I made a star mask using the star mask tool and desaturated the red on the stars using the color saturation process, where you can define, like I want red to be desaturated and all the other colors to be normal. Because if you look at my stars, you can see that all of them have this red tinge.
I see.
Actually, I'll just go ahead and do that while we're here. I have this value memorized from earlier. Here's my star mask. Oh, that came out way too hot. Yeah, basically it's a lot of messing around to try and figure out, like learning how, if you learn how individual tools work, then you can come up with ways to combine them together to do things that you want. So I'm applying the star mask here. So just my stars are going to be attacked. And then I go into the color saturation and desaturate the reds. I mean, there's much more finesse way to do this. But this is kind of the quick and dirty when my stars are already not super great. So just apply that a couple times. There we go. Stars look less red now. HDR multiscale transform kind of made the brought out some little contrast here. And finally, I do one more round of denoising. So let me make another luminance mask just by extracting that luminance channel. Oh yeah, let me apply said mask. I want to invert that. And where's my denoise? There it is. Denoise again. Yep, and then I use the clone stamp tool to stamp out these guys, and yeah, that's pretty much my completed image. I'll you know, do sometimes some additional prettification and stuff, but yeah. So we went
very
from
impressive, very impressive.
Impressive.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So
Molly, I was remembering as I was watching this that I met you at the Advanced Imaging Conference. Okay.
Oh,
just
okay.
briefly, and I took a photograph of you because you had just gotten this print off the Canon printer.
Oh yes, I remember that. Yeah.
And you were showing it to me, and I'm going to share my screen.
Oh no.
I'm going to share my screen so that let's see, let's show it. And you were so pleased with this image, and it was stunning. It really was. And so, and that was my first time being at the Advanced Imaging Conference, and so it was nice to meet you back at that time. So, you know, and it was a real pleasure to have you on the Global Star Party tonight. So it was fantastic. We have someone new with us, not new, who's been with us many times, but Dustin Gibson from OPT is with us here for a little while. Wanted to give him a shout out and thank him for letting us also broadcast on the Clear Skies Network tonight. So how's it going, Dustin?
Good, Molly, that was incredible.
Thank you.
Watching you do PixInsight makes me feel very insecure about my own PixInsight.
It's taken like 2 years to get to this point, so don't worry.
Yeah. No, I was messaging Scott in the background. I was just like, yeah, she's pretty much better at this than everyone. So, yeah, that's incredible. Very, very.
No, it was really incredible. We had a great image processing tutorial by Gary Palmer earlier for some solar imaging, and then this one with Molly, and I was going, wow, okay, she really does know what she's doing here. So it was pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, I cruised in a little late today, but I thought, I'm going to see how late Scott Roberts can really do these things.
I'll keep going as long as people keep going.
I know. He's 2 hours ahead of me. There's no way this guy's still going. But look at him. He's going.
Right. Well, I did have a 5-hour energy drink earlier, so
You're giving that
does
the
help.
credit?
Does help.
Yeah. Give the 5-hour energy all the credit, man.
That's right.
I do the same. I live on caffeine. I haven't slept in years.
Yeah.
Live on caffeine and willpower.
Yeah. You trade caffeine for sleep. I haven't slept in years.
That's right.
Well,
Especially
cool,
in
man.
our
This
profession.
was awesome. This is the kind of content that needs to be out there. It's so crazy that, think about this being like a deep dive into PixInsight being even available, a couple years ago. Never would have thought about that you could just log in somewhere and for free, somebody is digging into PixInsight. And, you maybe could have paid for it. I don't even know if that existed. I remember when I was trying to learn PixInsight, nothing existed.
Yeah.
Adam Block has his subscription series, which I hear is really good.
Well, he's very good.
Yeah, he is.
Adam Block is
I need to go watch his videos.
Yeah, no, I love that stuff, and it's so cool that these resources are available, and it's exciting, man. Very, very exciting. I love that I'm on the West Coast of this, Scott. I have such an advantage on you, man. It's only 8:54 here.
Yes, that is true.
Oh yeah, that's true. But and Molly, I forget exactly where you are.
I'm in Berkeley, so the Bay Area.
Okay, that's right. That's right.
You share this time zone.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good for you.
Yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, but it was a pleasure to meet you. We briefly talked, I don't know, for 5 or 10 minutes. I was really
Yeah.
blown away by the image that you were carrying around there, and you showed that, I guess, a little bit earlier
Yeah, I had
tonight,
it
right?
in my talk. Yeah.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
it's my favorite. I've been trying to image the Rofuyuki region for a long time,
Yeah.
and I just needed like I was trying to do it with my Nikon DSLR and my stock lens, even with 10-minute long subframes at Texas Star Party, it was okay. But using a modified Sony A7S and a Rokinon 135mm lens that I got to borrow, like sometimes it's not just about processing. Sometimes you do actually need good gear to get good images. And that was like a half an hour worth of 30-second exposures that just blew my other much longer attempts out of the water.
Oh wow, it is spectacular. It is.
Yeah,
So,
Scott. Speaking
yes,
of
sir.
good gear, let me interrupt for just a second about some good gear, Scott. You left a triplet Apo, a 152, at our shop last time you were
Right.
here.
That's
For
right.
Ginny.
Right.
For Ginny, but she takes it in her van. She has an adventure van. And so Scott was nice enough. He and Ginny are very close. Ginny adores Scott. Ginny's the other owner of OPT. She absolutely adores Scott. But Scott was a big part. I mean, he's part of the history of OPT. Actually, a big part of the success and direction of OPT. Star parties don't exist through OPT without Scott Roberts. And so they get to talking. Somehow Ginny ends up with a 152 Apo from Explore Scientific. But when she's traveling around the country, which she was doing right now, she left it at the office because it takes up so much space. It's a big telescope, and if she's
Yes,
gonna be
it is.
traveling like that, she doesn't take it. So I was messing with it, and it's just like, my God, man, this telescope, this telescope needs to be talked about more. This thing is so ridiculously sharp. It's like, it's an unbelievable telescope. And I use a lot of refractors, man. I mean, we make refractors, but I can tell you,
Right.
Scott, you've got a gem in that telescope, man, and it's light.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's light
Well,
for
it's
a 152.
I don't polish the optics, but I think that it has done a reasonable job for several astrophotographers. Jack Newton used one for a long time, and really loved it. A few others have given us some nice comments about that scope. So
Yeah,
it's a lot of
Scott
fun to
knows me
use
well.
visually too.
He knows me well. I have no filter. If it weren't great, I would absolutely tell Scott, this is we don't use profanity here. This is not good. This is not good.
It deserves profanity.
We've spent a lot of time together. Yeah, we've
That's
spent a
right.
lot of time together. But no, man, that thing is truly incredible. I was very, very impressed by it, and was like, Ginny, even if this thing takes up the van, you need to carry this with you. This thing's a beast. It's incredible. Image quality, even on
Maybe
things
she
that are
can
really
strap it
challenging.
onto the side of the van or something, So
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
Little
for
missile
sure.
launcher on the car.
I'm going to share an image. I've given Dustin a copy of this because this is some of the early OPT history here. But this is me, okay, at the
Unreal, man.
before OPT became OPT. It was called Oceanside Photographic Center. This is 1984. I'm over here demonstrating a Celestron C90 telescope on an equatorial wedge. But we did our star parties at the front of the store back at that time. And at this time, the whole store is filled with telescopes. We had about 100 telescopes on the floor.
Wow.
And, it really was the beginnings of us trying to figure out the telescope retail business at that time. But what was really a surprise to me was the incredible fascination that people had with telescopes and astronomy. It was something I didn't see in the photographic world at that point, and it was really amazing. So, I really thank OPT for and the Oceanside business in general for giving me that start. And it's been a huge adventure, and it's not over yet, so it's still going on.
Yeah. I don't know if you need to thank OPT. I do. I was just doing a thing for a newspaper. After the satellite thing with SpaceFab, we get these calls and they're like, "We want to talk to you about all the success of OPT." I'm like, "You're talking to the wrong guy."
No,
you're talking to the wrong guy.
No,
OPT was here 20
Dustin, you've taken
times.
OPT to new heights, that I never would have dreamed of. So,
Man, I've got that flag in my office. OPT is older than Alaska and Hawaii as states.
What?
So there's a 48-star flag in my office. That's what was flying over the original OPT.
Awesome.
And you look at the legacy, and it's hard. I get crazy imposter syndrome because of you're guilty of it, Scott. You send me these photos. I'm like, my God, this is so long before I even knew what this place was.
Right.
You guys were doing it, And so talk about the weight I feel to carry that flag forward, man.
Dustin, you're doing a great job.
We're loving it every day.
You are the astrophotographer that I always dreamed I could be, and you're doing things that's just totally amazing with Gibson Pics, and your global reach with astronomy, getting young people, really young people, involved in imaging and showing them all the ropes. You've empowered so many people. Your podcasts, your all the stuff that you do. Your whole the OPT marketing team does an incredible job in social media. But it's not just the branding part of this. It's the experience and being able to convey what this community is really all about. And you do that better than almost anyone I know, so.
Thank you, Scott. Guys, I hope you were listening to every word of that. I pay Scott so much money to say that.
It's not true. It's not true. No,
I pay him so much. No.
You've earned beyond that.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. And speaking of the podcast, we need to get you back on there. And honestly, every guest you bring on here, we need to get back or get onto the podcast. Molly, you really should join us.
Wasn't Molly amazing? Yeah, I was I was like, wow, I hit here. So this is great. Yeah.
Let's talk about this stuff more.
Yeah. And we started out this whole thing with a video of Grace. What's her last name? It escapes me right now. But we had this beautiful video of this lady that had been very instrumental in getting the Hubble Space Telescope off the ground, and so
wow, no big deal.
Yeah, it was really amazing. Wow. So and it does my heart good to see women involved as much as they are. I see it more and more all the time. To have Libby and Deepti on, we're kind of seeing the future of future scientist here. And Molly she's right at the brink of taking over some major observatory somewhere. So I'm sure of it. So. And Molly, I didn't really have much of a chance to ask you, what are your future aspirations?
I'm only in I'm in my second year of grad school, and I'm hoping to go work at, do some research, research labs, stuff like that. I don't really know yet. I'm trying to figure that stuff out.
In a perfect world, where do you see you as a professor? Do you see running an institution, or how
so I've applied for the astronaut program.
Okay. Oh, you're young enough. You could definitely do it. You could do
I want to go to Mars.
Yeah.
On a return trip, though, not the one-way stuff.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a terrible deal.
Yeah.
Right.
If you get a return trip, it's not so bad.
Right. Oh, excellent. Well, thank you very much for everyone that's been on the show today. Dustin, thanks for coming in. And to all of our viewers out there, it's been great. You know, any parting words, Dustin?
Oh, okay. Throw it at me, man. I was here for 2 seconds.
Yeah,
Um,
that's right.
yeah. You're telling me you've got people
Last in,
that
first out.
launching the Hubble Space Telescope. Molly's throwing everything there is to know about Pix Insight, and you're like, Dustin, you want to wrap this thing up?
You want to wrap this one up?
Yeah. Thanks for the warning. No. I'm just excited to see this. I think it's so important, Scott. You and I talk about it every time we talk, but
Yeah.
this is, you know, it's late. This community deserves this 15 years ago, and I'm so glad it's finally here. And you know, we've got champions for it, like yourself, and then everybody on, you know, your panel here. Every week I come in, I can't believe the crews that you gather up. I don't know how you have time for what you do. You know,
No, it's what we should be devoting time to, you know, because you know, if you're going to be in this community or in this industry, you know, we talk about like the industry, but the community supports us, you know, and we owe it to do whatever we can to support them and to popularize them and to give them the exposure they deserve. And so it's an honor kind of thing, you know. So,
man after my heart, right there. You still belong at OPT, Scott. Yeah, I love it, man. I love it.
Well, once
And
you're
right.
in, you never get out. It's like joining the
No,
mafia.
sir.
So, right?
No, sir.
That's right.
Oh yeah. Hey, it's great stuff, and I agree wholeheartedly. This is the best community on earth. Never seen a community so supportive of each other, and you know, it's just everybody giving, trying to lift each other up. Where do you find that? Anywhere. With people that are doing something that's literally life and perspective changing. I don't think it gets any better. So I'm so glad to see it, and we have this thing's a magnet for clearly hyper intelligent people. It's the best thing on earth. I love it. I hope more people get into it, and I hope everybody here continues to drive it forward, because it's the vehicle. It's the vehicle to drive it forward, get it in front of people, and it's all it takes.
Right. Right. Well, Dustin, anyone that, of course, shows up on my programs, if there's someone in particular you would like to invite, you know, I'll get you definitely hooked up, and, you know, because I think it'd be great to have them on your show.
Absolutely. Yeah, let's do it. And that's what Space Junk Podcast is about, and, you know, reach a lot of people. So, I mean, truly, I'm inviting you right now. That is it. There is no like mailed out RSVP. This is that invite. So if you are interested, please email me directly, dustin@optcorp.com. These are the conversations we have. It is half philosophy, half visual astronomy. And because we're not good at math, it is also half imaging. Okay. So it is all of those things all at once. And then when Scott Roberts comes on, we also talk about Arkansas. So,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I still get people
wait a minute.
talking to me about that.
Okay, so what's happened here in Northwest Arkansas is the Walton family is offering, really, this is serious, okay? They're offering, if you'll relocate to Northwest Arkansas, they'll pay you 10 grand.
Oh,
okay?
I saw that.
They'll pay you 10 grand and they'll give you a free mountain bike, okay? So we have hundreds of miles
that TV show, Ozark.
of bike trails here.
I come into the
It is the mountain biking capital of the world. And
Arkansas,
and we have a 24-inch Brashear, 1910 Brashear refractor that we're trying to build a multi-million-dollar science center and planetarium here. So
How can it be the mountain biking capital if there's no mountains in that part of the country?
That is such a great
well,
question.
they're called the Ozark Mountains. So
They're not mountains, though.
they were mountains. Okay, they were.
Scott
Millennia ago.
You know,
Scott is the
Millions of
king
years
of
ago.
Arkansas facts. It's so hard to get him away from it. He has all this obscure information. I told Scott when he came, I was like, "Look, it's a great platform. You know, you're going to reach tens of thousands of people. Talk about Explore Scientific. Talk about the stuff you're excited about." He comes on and talks about rice fields in
The
Arkansas.
rice fields in Arkansas are amazing.
you haven't been out much, have you?
We export more rice than China does.
Yeah, he was telling. I know more about Arkansas rice.
That's
than
right.
Explore Scientific.
The meteorite men. Do you remember the meteorite men? One of them
Oh.
lives here in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. That's right.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I really
The
don't.
meteorite men.
I
You don't
want
know.
to.
Oh, I
No.
think I saw them at Starbucks.
Yeah, Discovery Channel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The Discovery Channel ones. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. That's
Scott,
right.
you're a legend. Thanks for having me on, man. I
Thank
disrupted
you.
your
Thank you
entire
very much.
program.
All right.
Showed up
Thank
and
you,
won.
Molly. Thank you so much. And for the rest of you that are still with me, thank you so very much. Cesar, thank you. You know, we hope you don't fall over unconscious after the eclipse. I know you're going to work really, really hard
Yes.
in getting everything ready. Deep T, thank you again for being on the program. You're welcome every time we do it. You should take Dustin up on his offer and appear on his program. You too, Molly.
Let's do it.
I don't know if you've
Send me
ever
a
done
note.
the
Let's do
program
it.
with Dustin, but he's awesome. And of course, the Beard, Astro Beard. Thank you so much, man. Richard Grace. He's been on every Global Star Party. It's been awesome. So thank you. And thanks all the audience for watching. We'll be back on with the Von Braun Astronomical Society. They're doing a Global Star Party on the 20th. That's this week. And so it's they are going to be the host of that particular event, and we're really excited about it. And so support your local astronomy club if you can. If you can't, you know, certainly join the Explore Alliance and be part of the Night Sky Network. And all of our support also goes to the Astronomical League. We thank them for being the sponsors of our door prizes, as well as our door prize partners, which include Vacuum of Space, Astro Gifts, Gary Palmer Astronomy, the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. Also, OPT has participated in this as well. And Explore Scientific is part of this as well. So thanks a lot. Keep looking up, and we will see you very, very soon. In fact, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Take care, and good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.